Hi guys, it's me, HD, and welcome to qualifying day here at the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa. Great to see you all here as always, and yeah, it's going to be an exciting day here at Spa. Normally, qualifying at Spa is always exciting. I can't really remember that many qualifying sessions where it was boring or ended up being just, business as usual. Maybe you could argue the 2021 was, because it was a Mercedes front row with a Verstappen in third place, so it wasn't great that weekend. But most times, if not almost every time here at Spa, wet or dry, we do have an exciting qualifying session here in the Ardennes Forest, and I think that's what we're going to have today. The pace of the cars, even though it looks to be quite clear, who is quickest and second quickest and third quickest and so on and so forth, it is still close to a certain extent between certain teams. So it's still going to be a close and exciting day in qualifying. Plus, with the amount of drivers that we have taking penalties for tomorrow's Grand Prix, which has actually now gone up to 7 drivers from 6, like I talked about yesterday in my qualifying preview. Yeah, it's what it's going to mean is that I think we're going to get a bit of a different qualifying to what we normally get, and hopefully a lot of the drivers that do have penalties won't actually try to, progress through to Q3 to allow some of the, say, smaller teams or drivers that aren't normally getting into those positions a chance to do whatever they can in, say, Q3 or even the upper parts of Q2. But I think it's going to be an exciting day still. I'm sure we'll see some differences from yesterday. And if it does rain, of course, which of course at Spa, that's always possible. There's always rain in the area when it comes to Spa. If that, falls on track, then we know that will create a very exciting show for us here at Spa. I hope all you guys are doing well, by the way. And no matter what time it is in your part of the world, no matter where you're from, hopefully you're having the best day possible you can be having. And hopefully with me today, you'll be joining me in firstly Watchalong Practice 3, which as you can see on your screen, starts in 12 minutes time. And then obviously, once Practice 3 finishes, for a couple hours, we'll do a build-up to qualifying. And then from 3 till 4 PM UK time, which is in just over 3 hours from now, we will watch along qualifying itself and then do a reaction to it for about half an hour after the session finishes. So plenty heading your way today on stream. And yeah, would be great for you guys to join me for all of that today if you can. But I think to start off with, before we get into the session properly itself, let's get into the Practice 1 and Practice 2 results from yesterday. So, Practice 1 started off wet and did actually get wet towards the end of Practice 1. But in the middle, we got some good dry running. Carlos Sainz ended up quickest in Practice 1 from Charles Leclerc in P2. Max Verstappen ended up 3rd with George Russell 4th. Lance Stroll in 5th. Alex Albon 6th. And then Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Hamilton and Perez completing the top 10. And then the rest of the order was Latifi, Zhou Guanyu, Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso, Sebastian Vettel, Esteban Ocon, Magnussen, Schumacher, Liam Lawson, obviously a reserve driver for AlphaTauri, and Bottas didn't even do a lap time at the very back there, as you can see. And then Practice 2, which of course is the most representative session we've had so far this weekend. Let's show those results now. Max Verstappen was not just quickest, he was quickest by 8.5 tenths of a second. An incredible, incredible amount of pace he had yesterday in the Red Bull. And I think in the dry, Red Bull have definitely the quickest car. And I think we'll see further confirmation of that in this session. And then it was, Charles Leclerc in second place, miles behind Max Verstappen. Lando Norris impressively in 3rd. Lance Stroll very impressively, if not more impressively than Norris, in 4th place for Aston Martin. Carlos Sainz in P5, and then the rest of the top 10 was Lewis Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, George Russell, Daniel Ricciardo, and Sergio Perez. And then the rest of the field it was Alex Albon, Zhou Guanyu, Yuki Tsunoda, Pierre Gasly, Sebastian Vettel, Esteban Ocon, Kevin Magnussen, Valtteri Bottas, Nicholas Latifi, and Mick Schumacher. But we have had some wet running here or there, but mostly it has been dry running. And today we are expecting it to be dry at Spa. Maybe there'll be the slight shower, but I don't think it'll be any more than that. You never know, though. We could see a surprise. We could get even more of a shower than expected. It is possible here at Spa. But yeah, it is expected to be a dry rest of the weekend. And I think going into practice 3 and obviously qualifying later, Red Bull are the team to beat, absolutely. I am expecting Sergio Perez especially to improve on what he did in practice 2, because Perez was, as you can see, 1.8 seconds slower than Max Verstappen. So I am expecting Perez to improve his pace a lot, because the Red Bull is handling very well around this track, and the pace of the car is easily the best out of the entire field. So, with Max Verstappen taking a grid penalty, as I told you guys yesterday, for a new ERS system, and it'll be starting from the back of the grid, Perez does actually have a very good chance of winning the Grand Prix this weekend. Just needs to show some better pace. Maybe, though, he was running with some extra fuel, was Perez there. And then, Ferrari, I would say quite clearly the second quickest team. Mercedes, probably the third quickest team, I think, overall. Might not be that much slower than Ferrari, to be honest, when it comes to qualifying later. Because obviously we saw in Hungary that in practice Mercedes were not actually that quick, but then obviously in qualifying delivered a fantastic pole lap with Russell. And then Lewis Hamilton probably would have qualified in second or third place had he not had a DRS issue in qualifying as well. So I am expecting Mercedes to improve their pace, so you never know what they could do in qualifying later on. And then after that, you're looking at probably McLaren and Alpine around the same pace, and then probably Aston Martin as the 6th quickest team, arguably. But we'll see whether that does show itself, that type of order that I just talked about. We'll see if that type of order is kind of the order in practice 3. A lot of the time, it's not exactly the same. There'll be a couple differences, but we'll see in this session coming up, as we have 6.5 minutes to go until practice 3 begins at Spa. So there's a couple things I want to tell you guys. Actually, 3 things I want to tell you guys. Number 1, the 6 drivers originally from last night that I talked about who have a back of the grid penalty are Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, Esteban Ocon, Valtteri Bottas, and Mick Schumacher. Zhou Guanyu has now been added to that list. So that's both Alfa Romeos, one of the McLarens, one of the Red Bulls, one of the Ferraris, one of the Alpines, and one of the Haas's have a penalty. So the only teams that are not taking a penalty this weekend are what? Mercedes, Aston Martin, Williams, and AlphaTauri, I think. Those are the only 4 teams that are not taking any penalties this weekend. So, yeah, quite a lot, which is a bit of a shame, because it will affect qualifying to a certain extent, but I still think we'll get an interesting enough session, so I don't think it'll be too bad, to be honest. But, just letting you know that Zhou Guanyu also has a penalty. And then secondly, we have had some very interesting comments in the paddock, I think, this morning. Because Omar Safnauer, I think it was yesterday, was talking about the whole Oscar Piastri situation and said that Oscar Piastri lacks integrity. And then Zach Brown was asked about his thoughts on that. And he responded by saying, the way Fernando has departed and caught Otmar by surprise, I'm not sure he comes with the highest level of credibility. So them two clapping back at each other, which is, from a drama point of view, good to see. But, Not great, really, considering it's probably going to end up in court. Maybe not between McLaren and Alpine, but between Alpine and Piastri, it is probably going to end up in the courts, unfortunately. And what was the final thing I want to say? Let me just try and get it up quickly so I can tell you guys about it. It's about Charles Leclerc. Basically, there is a debate as to amongst the stewards as to will Leclerc be able to start higher off on the grid than Verstappen, Ocon, Norris, because he split his power unit changes than those who changed all at once. Because I think that's what Ferrari have done over the last 2 or 3 times they've took a penalty, a grid penalty, is they don't change the whole power unit at once. They'll change a couple parts and then they'll do the rest the day after. So I think the stewards are debating whether, whether Leclerc, because he didn't change all his parts at once, whether he'll be able to start ahead of, that group: Verstappen, Norris, Ocon, and then Bottas, Schumacher, Zhou, and the rest. So yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't really matter, because even if Leclerc starts a position higher than Max Verstappen in tomorrow's Grand Prix, because of not having took the full penalty, or change the elements and quick enough to take the full penalty, or as much of a penalty as Max Verstappen, I still think Verstappen and Red Bull will beat Charles Leclerc. Plus, knowing Ferrari, their power unit will probably blow up after 2 racing laps on Sunday. So, yeah, I don't really see the difference it's going to make on Sunday. It's not as though they're separated by 2 or 3 points in the championship, to be honest. Anyway, we are, 2.5 minutes away from practice 3 beginning. Just to let you guys know, the tyre compounds this weekend: C4, C3, and C2. And I would expect it to be probably if it's dry tomorrow, I'd probably expect it to be a one-stop race tomorrow. Tyre wear can be an issue here at Spa, but it does depend on how soft the tyres are and the temperatures here at Spa, and also how quick the cars are, and how much load they're putting through the tyres. So it should tomorrow in the race be a one-stop Grand Prix. And obviously, all the teams are allowed to start on whatever tyres they want to. That qualifying rule about, if you get into Q3 from Q2 with, the tyres you qualified on to get into Q3, you have to start the race on those tyres. That rule obviously no longer exists, as they're doing an overhead view of Spa at the moment, and it does look to be rain about, but just not over Spa currently. So yeah, don't worry. Don't worry about the possibility of rain. Just want to say though, anyone who is watching who's new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do practice 3 watch-alongs, qualifying watch-alongs, and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. So yeah, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it there. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. Just trying to see on Twitter if there's any other news. Nothing I can see at the moment. I will say that I watched the F3 race, the F3 sprint race this morning. Wow, what a Grand Prix that was. The racing in that series here at Spa was absolutely incredible. Lots of side-by-side stuff, pretty much every single racing lap. There wasn't that many racing laps because of safety cars and red flags. Anyway, I think now we will get on to the actual, graphics for the session itself. And there you go. Let me just adjust that piece of text quickly. Yep, there you go. And I'm sure you guys will know by now that practice sessions are just an hour long. And I will sync up the timer for the beginning of practice 3 at the 59-minute mark. So let me just get that all ready. And yeah, we've got some drivers in their cars at the minute. I think we were just looking there at the Mercedes there. I think of Lewis Hamilton. I did see before as an Aston Martin there of Lance Stroll comes out of his garage and the red light is still on. At the exit of the pit lane, Lewis Hamilton will be the first one out on track and the session has started. And yeah, I'll sync up the timer in about 55 seconds time. No, I was going to say that Mercedes this morning, it was pictured them putting 2 different rear wings on their cars. I think with Russell, they went with a higher downforce rear wing, and Hamilton is now, in this session, using the low downforce rear wing. So they're just trying to compare, which is best for the session. Because, of course, when it comes to what exact rear wing you use, you have to commit to that at the start of qualifying. You can't just go for a different rear wing or rear wing in the race. If you're, starting out position, you need to make some overtakes. So, yeah, we'll see whether that does help them. As I'll sync the timer up now. There you go. And there is 59 minutes to go here in practice 3. Talking of rear wings, we did see yesterday with Ferrari that in practice 2, even though their pace in Sector 1 and Sector 3 was not as good as Red Bull, but still, competitive, they lost a lot of time in the second sector where you need a lot of grip, especially on the rear end. And yeah, they were losing, I think, 0.6 of a second to Red Bull in the middle sector yesterday in practice 2. So, interesting to see with Ferrari what they do and whether they decide to go back to the slightly higher downforce rear wing to grab a bit extra speed in that middle sector. To be fair, though, if they do that, then they'll give away an extra 10th or 2 in Sector 1 and Sector 3. So there's nothing really Ferrari can do. Red Bull just fundamentally have a much better car for this track for really all of the sectors. And Sergio Perez we're currently looking at, who is just starting his first flying lap on a soft compound tyre. Did not see him using DRS on the exit of the final corner, as he exits turn 1, which is a lot, well, I won't say scarier, but you have to take a bit more care through turn 1 now, because you can't just go massively deep, because you could end up in what is quite a deep-looking gravel trap at turn 1 now. As Perez, as they just complete the first sector. Not a great front end, I've got to say, through turn 5, 6, 7. And yeah, continues on this lap. Obviously, once we start getting times on the board, I will update the running order on the screen as to what the exact running order is. Someone else has now done a purple first sector, as I think an orange flare there being let off on the exit of Puon. And yeah, maybe it is because it's the first run of the day for Perez and the temperatures aren't very high at Spa, but doesn't look as though he's got much of a front end on that car. Certainly not as much as, say, what Max Verstappen looked to have had in practice 2 yesterday. And talking of Max Verstappen, he's about to complete the first sector. Currently on the Kemmel Straight with DRS open, I think. And Verstappen actually goes slower than Perez in the first sector, as Lewis Hamilton does a 1:51.7. Sergio Perez has a 1:50.9. But remember, in practice 2, they were doing, I think the quickest lap times from Verstappen was a 1:43.5. So, yeah, pretty slow at the moment. As Alex Albon goes quickest. He was very impressive yesterday, Albon. He was up in, I think, 11th and 12th place in both practice sessions. So watch out for him. And yes, Albon, Perez, Hamilton, and then Ocon in 4th place for Alpine. As we've got a few drivers on the lap. Max Verstappen, but also the two McLarens of Norris and Ricciardo, Nicholas Latifi and Yuki Tsunoda, and now Valtteri Bottas, and now Zhou Guanyu. As talking of Tsunoda, he is now up to P5. As Daniel Ricciardo goes 2nd for McLaren. All these grid penalties, and it's sad to say this, will help Ricciardo quite a bit. As Max Verstappen goes 3rd with his first lap of the day. So Verstappen up to 3rd. Latifi has gone 4th for Williams. So Latifi up to P4. And there you go. And here's a replay of Verstappen, I think the beginning of his lap, locking the inside front, running a tad wider than he would have wanted. I think I said yesterday in my track analysis that hitting the apex of turn 1 is not absolutely critical, but you don't want to be running too wide, or else you'll just have a very clumsy, messy exit of that corner. As Lando Norris goes 9th. Only 9 times on the board so far. So Valtteri Bottas is currently purple and going to go quickest by probably a couple seconds here. Valtteri Bottas is Ocon on the hard compound tyre goes up to P6. And yeah, Bottas looks as though he's going to go quickest here, and then probably Zhou will go 2nd quickest because they're both massively up on Alex Albon. And his quickest time of 1:50.0. And yeah, Valtteri Bottas goes 2.1 seconds quicker. And then Zhou goes a 10th quicker than Bottas. So it's currently Zhou Guanyu in 1st. And then Valtteri Bottas in 2nd. So let me just update that quickly. Obviously, both Alfa Romeos have a grid penalty, a back of the grid penalty for the race. So, not really surprised they're pushing out of the blocks because, well, they're not really having to build up to anything today. As Pierre Gasly is up to P12, I see. So, only 12 times on the board so far. And top 3 currently Zhou, Bottas, Albon. As we're looking at George Russell here on a flying lap, I believe. And Russell is just coming up to Blanchimont now, the flat-out left-hander. And coming to the bus stop chicane, and we'll see where he goes, probably around where his teammate is, as both Mercedes not really lapping that quickly at the moment. And, oh no, it appears that was Russell pushing on his outlap, actually, which was quite surprising. Maybe the Mercedes, that we know does struggle with warming its tyres up, maybe that's what they're going to have to do today. Get their tyres fired up, because it is, again, a pretty cool day at Spa, which we do get normally. So, yeah. As Russell flat, obviously, through Eau Rouge and Radion. And onto the Camel Straight. And his first sector, 1.3 off Zhou. So, yeah, he's probably running with a bit of fuel on board and maybe not as high of an engine mode as well. Russell says massive D-rate out of the last corner. As he comes through the left-hander of No Name. I think it has been given a name, but it will always be No Name to me. Now it's turn 10, which is Pouon. The corner that a couple years ago was flat out, but is not anymore. But I think they will get back to lapping at those speeds again, really, will these teams. They're always able to find the grip that they once had. As Russell, yeah, quite a bit slower than Zhou, who's the quickest man so far on this lap so far. As Russell coming to the end of his lap. And at the moment, yeah, I've got Russell on a lap that he's about to complete. And on an out lap currently is Stroll, Vettel, and Alonso and Mick Schumacher. As Russell goes P12 for Mercedes. But yeah, not running anywhere near as quickly as they can at the moment. As Valtteri Bottas, who is second quickest, is on a quicker lap than a personal best first sector as Bottas. And, well, it's 4/10 off in the middle sector, so Zhou will keep the quickest time for now. And, by the way, hello to everyone in chat, to Miss Marquise, or Marquise, Simon, I think it is. McLaren F1 Race, Rooksford, Paul James Squibbs, great to see you all. And everyone that is watching, great to see you all here, as usual. As Bottas, it does a personal best final sector, but does not improve his lap time and stays in second. And we do have Sebastian Vettel, who is on a lap. And here's a replay of Lewis Hamilton having to correct the car through the middle of the bus stop chicane. And yeah. And hopefully for Mercedes, because we know straight line speed is still not great for them. They're not anywhere near as bad as they were with their straight line speed at the start of the season. At the start of the season, their car was terrible when it came to that. And obviously had a multitude of issues with, obviously, the porpoising and just the general grip of the car as well. But their straight line speed has improved quite a bit. And they are, I would say, going at respectable speeds now in the, high speed sectors that, we get here at Spa, Sector 1 and Sector 3. They're lapping at a respectable speed for how quick of a team they are. But definitely could improve by, say, a couple tenths of a second, which obviously could make a difference around a track like this. As we're looking at Mick Schumacher on the medium compound tyre, who's on a flying lap. But I don't think this will be that quick, honestly, from him. As Sebastian Vettel goes third for Aston Martin. So, let me just put him up there a minute. There you go. As we continue to look at Mick Schumacher in the Haas. And there's an Alpine behind him, I think, of Alonso, who might be on a time lap as well. As Lance Stroll does his first time of the day and goes third. Obviously, Stroll was in the top 5 both times. In both practice sessions yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see whether he can keep that up today. And whether Aston Martin do actually have good pace. As Mick Schumacher flies through Blanchimont. And now coming up to the bus stop chicane, the final chicane. And he will probably go, I don't know, 14th or 15th with this lap. And he comes to the line and goes 16th, does Mick Schumacher. Who, of course, taking a grid penalty for this Grand Prix, as Fernando Alonso on the hard compound tyre goes up to P11 in the Alpine. And now we're looking at Daniel Ricciardo, who's on a flying lap on the hard compound tyre. His best lap so far was done on the soft, so don't really think this is supposed to be a lap that really improves his lap time. But the only drivers yet to do a time or even come out on track are the two Ferraris of Leclerc and Sainz, and also Kevin Magnussen. As Valtteri Bottas, who's currently second, has done a purple first sector. And Ricciardo comes to the line, and yes, he does not improve his lap time. Bottas has another poor middle sector, losing half a second to his teammate, as he's now in the slipstream of Lewis Hamilton, who doesn't appear to be getting out of the way, so Bottas won't be improving on his personal best lap. As he comes to the line and goes a second slower than his teammate, which is about 9/10 of a second slower than his personal best. And, well, we've got a lot of cars on track, but none of them are really lapping that quickly, to be honest. Again, the quickest time from yesterday, a Sonoda there, I think, jumped over the top of Radion there. And I think that is on the absolute edge of incurring a track limit violation. I don't think he would have been given one. What was I going to say? Yeah, lots of cars on track, but not really any quick times. And yeah, Max Verstappen, his best lap time yesterday was a 1:43.5. And he's currently only done a 1:50.1, I think, has Verstappen, or a 50.5 actually, I think he's done, yeah. 50.5, or around a 50.5 for Verstappen, so he's not lapping anyone as quick as he can. And nobody is, really. I mean, Mercedes were lapping in the 1:45s, I think they were. And they're lapping now in the 1:51s. So, even though we are 17 minutes into this session, and we've only got 43 minutes left before qualifying, we haven't seen any real lap times as of yet. So, we'll see. I mean, we will get there, I'm sure, in the second half of this session. And they're just showing Kevin Magnussen on the screen, who is having his car worked on, but doesn't look like he's going anywhere, as Lance Stroll improves his lap time and stays in third. Stroll currently third on a 1:48.6, I think it is. And yeah, he's even lapping quite a bit slower than yesterday, because I think yesterday he was doing a 1:40, low 1:45, and he's, yeah, now on a 1:48. So give it another 15 minutes, and I reckon we'll be getting into some proper quick times. As both Alfa Romeos doing a practice start. Max Verstappen, by the way, got a warning for not doing, I think for maybe setting off at the wrong time from his from the, not his, but the designated practice start area. I think that's what it was. And he got a warning for that, I believe. But nothing that could incur a penalty. Obviously, Lewis Hamilton at the Russian Grand Prix in 2020 had a grid penalty after on race day, and as they were going to the grid. He did a practice start in a place that was not the designated practice start area, and that saw Lewis Hamilton finish third when he would have won the race comfortably that day. So yeah, as Sky F1 currently on an ad break, so hopefully when they come back we'll get into some proper action. And I'll have a quick look to see what you guys are saying in the chat. Make sure to keep your comments coming, because I will read Your comments obviously through the day. Good morning to Mclaren from Race, who says it's a Spa day. I'm already on the Bias and quietly waiting for P3, hope that Lewis can get pole lol. If he can't, we're with Charlie and Max at the back. It's a poor outing. Maybe Russell can do the Biz. I mean, if Mercedes, again, if they qualify 5th and 6th, and Verstappen and Leclerc are ahead of them in qualifying, but obviously have to go to the back, that would lead to the two Mercedes starting 3rd and 4th. Mercedes wouldn't have that bad of a chance of winning the Grand Prix, but I still think it's going to take a monumental effort for them to win this weekend, because I don't think they will have the outright quickest car, but they might be able to benefit on, Verstappen taking a penalty, and also, maybe Verstappen and Leclerc, even though they'll be very quick coming through the field, they might be able to rely on them getting held up as they come through the field and maybe having to pit for some damage, because we know when you're starting towards that part of the field, towards the back or almost in the middle of the pack, that the accidents and damage and front wing loss is possible. So, yeah, maybe they can capitalise on that. The reason I don't think Mercedes are quick this weekend is, one, the flexi floor thing, from what I've seen so far, has not made a real difference in terms of the technical directive that is supposed to be outlawing that. I haven't seen a difference so far. We'll see in qualifying whether they are legitimately closer to Red Bull and Ferrari on pace, but I haven't seen a difference so far. But not just that, this track, because power or straight line speed is very important here. The Mercedes isn't doing as well here as it would do, or as it did in Hungary. But also because Spa always has lower temperatures than we see in places like, France, and even at times Hungary. I know Hungary, it was a lot cooler than expected, but in qualifying it was, I think, quite a bit warmer than it was on race day. Because it's so much cooler here, I think that's not helping Mercedes either, because they can't really fire their tyres up as much as they could do at other tracks. As we're back now from the ad break, I can announce, and Fernando Alonso is up to 8th place now on the hard compound tyre. And Kevin Magnussen is on an outlap that he is about to finish, and he's now about to begin his first lap time of the day. And still no sign of the Ferrari cars, which is interesting to say the least. They haven't decided to come out on track. Let me read out some more comments though in the chat. McLaren from races. I think Piastri has started off F1 career in an Alonso-esque fashion. Being sassy, blowing off Alpine with a supposed move to McLaren. Just my thoughts. Simon says Ocon much slower than Alonso in FP2 on same tyre runs. Well, Ocon has been very good this season, but I think we would all admit that Fernando has been the better driver this season, and most of the time has been, has been quicker than Esteban, even though Esteban is ahead of Fernando in the championship, but I don't think it will necessarily finish that way. Let's see if I can find some other comments here quick. Miss Marquise, wasn't Giovinazzi going to be doing a practice session in the Haas? Did that change? He is. He is doing a practice session. I think he's now, they've confirmed that Giovinazzi is going to be doing, as Magnussen, by the way, it's just in a purple middle sector. Giovinazzi, I think, is doing 2 practice sessions in the Haas before the end of the season. As Kevin Magnussen goes up to 3rd on the soft compound tyres. Let me just update that. And yeah, to be honest with Haas, that's probably the best it's going to be today for them, because they have a pretty slow car this weekend by the looks of it so far. We'll see if they show us anything or anything different from what we've seen. So Antonio will compete in FP1, sorry. He'll compete in FP1 sessions for Haas at the Italian Grand Prix at Monza, and then the United States Grand Prix at the Circuit of Americas. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. Good to see Nib in chat. Hopefully doing well. And he says, if Piastri become anything like Alonso, I would cream my pants. I'm sure you would. As Leclerc, by the way, and Sainz are both out on track finally, almost halfway through the session. With Oscar Piastri, by the way, I do think he'll be a very good driver. Will he be a world champion? I think he could be in F1. I think he's definitely got the talent, but it will depend on the situation, I think. He will need like the right team at the right time, I think. And, well, I mean, almost every driver needs that, don't they? But I don't just mean that. I also mean that he'll need a team that, he gets on very well with and he, has such a great relationship with. But also, I think if he was to be a world champion in Formula 1, he probably would need to be like the number one driver at a front-running team, which I think Oscar absolutely could be. So, yeah, we'll see. And I'm very interested to see how he does compared to Lando Norris at McLaren. And, I mean, obviously it's not confirmed that Piastri is going to McLaren, but most likely he will be. But yeah, if it is absolutely confirmed that he is going to McLaren and will be partnering Lando Norris, I don't think Piastri will beat Norris in his first season, but I think Piastri will be a lot closer to Norris than people are probably expecting, and it'll be a lot closer than Ricciardo, I think, has been. As Carlos Sainz is 1.1 seconds up on Zhou Guan Yu's best time so far. So Carlos Sainz is about to go quickest, most likely. We'll see what Charles Leclerc does for the middle sector as well, and whether he goes any quicker than Sainz through the middle sector. And he is quick in the middle sector, but not as quick as Sainz. He's losing about 0.2 of a second. As Carlos Sainz comes out the bus stop chicane and goes quickest by 1.3 seconds. So Carlos Sainz is up to P1. Let me just update that, and then it will probably be Charles Leclerc in P2. And here comes Leclerc. And yep, Leclerc P2, 0.4 of a second off. So Sainz up to P1. And Leclerc up second. And that was a 1:46.4 for Sainz, which is still a couple seconds away, really, from what Ferrari could do, I think, at best in a practice session. So we're still not quite there with the lap times, but we are getting there. And certainly we are now, because Alex Albon in the Williams has done a purple first sector in a Williams car that, I've got to be honest, is looking pretty decent this weekend. I mean, we'll get into later in this stream, once we get into the qualifying build-up, the sector time data from practice 2. Williams look as though they're actually quicker than a couple teams on the grid so far. Potentially quicker than a couple teams on the grid so far this weekend. As Albon only half a second slower than Carlos Sainz after the first two sectors. As also Russell and Hamilton are on a better lap. Here's a nice picture you can see on your screen of the McLaren going through Eau Rouge and Ranier. As Alex Albon completes his lap and does a purple final sector and goes second in the Williams. So let me just update that. So Albon up to P2. As we're looking at Russell and Hamilton, who are doing, well, they're doing lap times. Put it that way. It's still not that quick, and knowing they're as quick as they can go. As Russell comes through the bus stop chicane now, he'll improve on his lap time by quite a bit, but it won't be anything that good. And he goes P7. Does Russell? Hamilton right behind him goes P4. So, let me just update that quickly. Lewis Hamilton up to 4th place. And then Russell is up to 7th. As we're now looking at a Red Bull of Sergio Perez on a quicker lap. And Perez currently going quicker than Carlos Sainz by about a 10th or so. Hasn't done a purple sector though so far in or on this lap that he's doing. As Perez comes to the bus stop chicane, and he'll probably go first or second with this lap. Comes to the line, and Perez goes quickest with a purple final sector, about half a second quicker than Carlos Sainz. And that was a 1:45.9 from Perez, so still not as quick as he was yesterday, but he's not too far away from where he was yesterday in terms of lap time, but yeah, still not quite there as of yet. And halfway through this session, your current top 10 is Perez, Sainz, Albon, Leclerc, Hamilton. Magnussen is now up to 6th place, I've just seen. So Magnussen 6th, and then Zhou, Bottas, Russell and Stroll, your top 10. As Carlos Sainz, by the looks of it, is on another flying lap as he porpoises his way to Blanchimont. And now we're looking at Charles Leclerc, who has not improved his first sector, but he's still pushing hard. Car's a bit all over the place, though, got to say. And his middle sector is a purple middle sector, but he's lost a bit of time in that first sector, so don't think there'll be an improvement of lap time. Yeah, here comes Leclerc. I just want to, in a moment, get back onto the whole Piastri thing I was talking about, because I want to add a further piece of commentary, if you may say. As Leclerc goes 3rd, Lance Stroll goes 5th, and then Valtteri Bottas replaces him in 5th place. So Bottas 5th and Stroll is 6th now. But what was I going to say with Piastri? Oh yeah, that was it. Daniel Ricciardo, let me make it clear. Ricciardo has had a great F1 career, considering the cars he's driven, and is a very talented guy. But I think Oscar Piastri is more talented than Ricciardo. And I think if you compared Piastri to the Daniel Ricciardo that entered F1, I think Piastri is not miles better, but a bit better than what Ricciardo was when he entered Formula 1. And obviously Piastri's what, 20, 21, so, or even 22, can't remember exactly. But yeah, I think Piastri has a lot of potential, and I would say more so than Ricciardo. I mean, maybe he won't be as good as Ricciardo when it comes to overtaking and being able to capitalize on certain craziness happening in the Grand Prix that allows him to find his way further up the order than you would normally, because that's a great skill of Ricciardo. But in terms of raw talent, I think Piastri is a better driver than Ricciardo was when he was in, his early stages in Formula 1. So, as long as he gets to drive cars, at least as good as Ricciardo, if not better, I have no doubt he'll have a good F1 career. As Max Verstappen has done a purple middle sector, only slightly quicker than Perez, as Nicholas Latifi, I see, is up to 7th in the Williams. As there's a yellow flag in Sector 3. Now it's gone green, and Verstappen had to back off. Maybe someone went deep at the bus stop, I don't know. But Verstappen had to back off there. And he does actually improve his lap time, but he didn't improve in his final sector, so he won't get any penalty for that. But probably would have gone quickest there would have Max Verstappen, even though it would have been as quick as he went yesterday. And here is a replay of him sliding the rear end beautifully through turn 6, that was. And here's him locking up into the final chicane, turn 18 and 19. And yeah, there was a yellow flag in that final sector for something, so that's why he slowed down. Did Verstappen. As we're looking now on the TV broadcast, Max Verstappen's mother, who I believe is from Belgium. And it is partly a home Grand Prix for Verstappen. Obviously, the real home Grand Prix is next weekend, where I'm sure Verstappen will be hard to beat, even though that track should suit the Ferrari car a bit better than is suiting the Ferrari car this weekend, as Sky F1 now go to an ad break with 23 minutes to go in this session. Got to say, I'm disappointed we haven't seen that quicker lap times. There's nothing really we can read into these lap times, because everybody, except maybe for the Williamses and the Haas of Kevin Magnussen, everybody is lapping quite a bit slower than they were in practice too. So yeah, I don't really I don't think we can really look into what's happened so far in this session, unfortunately. But we still do have 22 minutes remaining in this session. As I can see, Rook in chat has posted that Vettel is up to P8 and Tsunoda is P10. So Vettel P8 and Tsunoda P10. And the ad break hopefully will only last a couple more minutes. And hopefully for the final 20 minutes, we'll actually get to see some proper lap times. And also Gasly is up now to 7th in the AlphaTauri. And yeah, probably AlphaTauri lapping at the same speed, if not a tad quicker than they were yesterday. But again, most of the teams not lapping that quickly, to be honest. And just looking at Twitter to see if there's any news currently. I've already talked about that Zhou Guanyu is joining the 6 other drivers who will have a back of the grid penalty for new power unit elements. And let me see if I can find anything else. And no, can't see anything else at the moment. And Russell is now in the Mercedes, up to P7. And I just saw on Twitter, actually, Mercedes were joking around about Russell saying these tyres have gone, and then they said he's learning. Obviously, that's Lewis's infamous quote. So Russell up to P7. And we'll see whether Mercedes can actually show, maybe not totally, but more so what their real pace is for qualifying today. Surely, at least half the teams are going to actually try to do a quicker lap time than they did in practice 2 in this session by the end of the session. Because it's not as though everybody has a penalty. So it's not like everybody has to conserve their power unit and run in a lower mode and maybe not push as hard. Because, there are plenty of drivers out there that need to have a great qualifying. So, yeah. And Sky F1 now come back from the ad break, and we're looking at Max Verstappen, and I think just a replay, and Verstappen on the team radio complaining about yellow flags. The Red Bull said there was no flag, and then Verstappen said there was no flag in Qatar either. If you remember that whole controversy in Qatar where Verstappen did a quicker lap in qualifying, and the marshal accidentally waved a yellow flag, and that's what caused Verstappen to have a penalty. I gotta say, we saw the yellow flags come up on the system, on the the screen, and Verstappen obviously must have seen a yellow flag, but I didn't see anything that could have caused a yellow flag. So whoever did that needs to have a word with themselves. As Zhou Guan Yu is up to P9 in the Alfa Romeo. And Pierre Gasly is now up to 8th. By the way, Max Verstappen is now quickest by half a second from Sergio Perez, but still, he's about 2 seconds slower than he was in practice 2 yesterday, so not that quick of a lap time, to be honest. But it is Verstappen, Perez, Sainz, Leclerc, Albon, Bottas, Stroll, and then Gasly in 8th. Russell 9th, Zhou 10th. That is your top 10 with 17 minutes to go. Or actually, 17 and a half minutes to go. And then it's Latifi in 11th, Vettel 12th, Hamilton 13th, Tsunoda 14th, Magnussen 15th, and then Alonso in P16. And then Norris 17th, Ricciardo 18th, Ocon 19th, and Mick Schumacher in 20th. As we're now looking at Lando Norris, his quickest time so far, a 1:49.7 on the medium compound tyre. And I think now he's on an outlap on the soft compound tyre. Yes, he is. As for some reason, Sky F1 are showing a double screen to show a Mercedes mechanic putting something into the Mercedes car. Don't really understand why we need to see that. Who gives a fuck? Unless it's a problem with the Mercedes car. As the Alpine there of Fernando Alonso coming back into the pits to be wheeled back into his garage. Simon says perhaps Mercedes sandbagging before qualifying. To be honest, I think everybody is. Maybe except, again, Williams and maybe AlphaTauri. But to me, it looks as though most of the teams aren't really pushing that hard. I mean, I think was it practice 3, you have to commit to the engine modes you're going to use for or the single engine mode that you use for the rest of the weekend. So obviously they don't want to damage that if they get away with it. When in practice 2 and practice 1 on a Friday, they have a lot more flexibility. But we normally see sessions in practice 3 be a bit more exciting than this, I've got to say. I don't think the grid penalties that we're going to have for Sunday help. But those grid penalties will allow us to have a decently exciting race, I think, as Lando Norris does a quicker first sector than Max Verstappen. Carlos Sainz, quarter of a second slower than Verstappen in the first sector, which would possibly suggest that Ferrari have a higher downforce rear wing on than yesterday in practice 2. As Lando Norris coming to pull on now. McLaren, in terms of its handling, looks good, but handling is not the absolute most important thing here. Your car through the corners can be amazing here, but if you don't have the straight line speed, it doesn't really matter. And McLaren, we know, have one of, if not the, draggiest car on the grid, which does hurt you at a track like this. Carlos Sainz has a very good middle sector. A purple middle sector. As Lando Norris is coming up to the bus stop chicane now to complete his run. And opens the DRS, and Lando Norris goes second, about half a second slower than Max Verstappen. Carlos Sainz, though, now goes second, 3.5 tenths off the pace of the Red Bull driver. So Carlos Sainz up to P2. Daniel Ricciardo goes P6 for McLaren, also on the soft compound tyres. So Norris is now third. And then Ricciardo is in P6. Let me just update that quick. And Norris's time there was what, 145.9, I think. Oh yeah, it was a 145.9, which is still about a second, I think, slower than he went yesterday. So Charles Leclerc does an improved lap there, but stays in P5. And we've got a few cars on an outlap, I think. Lewis Hamilton, Nicholas Latifi, Valtteri Bottas, George Russell as well. And hopefully for these final 13 minutes, we'll see some proper quick runs from the drivers and teams. Just trying to see if there's any what do you call it, bits of news whilst there's a bit of a lull in the action. Can't see anything, but what do you call it, George Russell is on a flying lap now. He's about a quarter of a second slower than Verstappen in the first sector, as Lewis Hamilton has only just exited turn 1. And, yeah, we'll see what Russell does on this lap. As he comes into Puon now. I was going to say P10, I mean turn 10 and 11. Down to turn 12, 13, the Fania chicane, which I got to say, that part of the track is very nice to watch the cars go through. There's a very nice flow. So does Davilo, then Paul Fred curve. And Russell, yeah, he's probably going to go, I don't know, 5th or 6th, probably with this lap. As Lewis Hamilton, he's now coming into the Fania chicane. And Russell comes through the bus stop chicane now. And let's see where he goes with his lap. He goes P5, 6 tenths of a second down on Max Verstappen. Let's see. Hold on, I've actually fucked the order up. Let me just correct it a minute. So it's Russell 5th, and then Leclerc Ricciardo in P7, and then it's supposed to be Albon in P8. Well, it was Albon in P8, now it's Nicholas Latifi, as Lewis Hamilton goes 8th, which is interesting. Obviously, Hamilton running the lower downforce rear wing at the moment, as Latifi is now 9th, with Albon in P10. As we're now looking at Alfa Romeo of Zhou Guan Yu. Reminder, both Alfa Romeos will start from pretty much the back of the grid because of having to put in new power unit elements. So, yeah. As we're just seeing him on his outlap, I believe. Now we're looking at, or I thought we were going to look at the Williams there. We're now, now we are looking at Williams of Nicholas Latifi. FOM doesn't appear they know quite who to show at the moment. To be fair, it hasn't been a has not been a great session. We haven't really seen anything in this session that's like, wow, that's an interesting story going into qualifying. Oh, now we have Charles Leclerc spinning into the gravel at the Fanyu chicane and into the barriers he goes. I don't think he hit the barriers hard enough to be out of the session. No, he did not. So he gets out of the gravel now, but I think red flag. Well, that is incredibly reactionary and wrong. That is not a red flag situation. Bloody hell. At least wait for him, to possibly get out of the gravel. But Leclerc, here we go. Entry to the Fanyu chicane, turn 12. And yeah, he slightly put a tyre, I think maybe his rear tyre on the entry curb on the left. And then, yeah, I think just slightly did it, and that unsettled the car. Spun the car around, and then he tapped the barriers. Well, tapped it actually pretty hard, but not hard enough for him to be absolutely out of the session. We have a red flag, though. The timer obviously will keep running, as it does in practice sessions. But, yeah, a bit overly dramatic there. Throwing out a red flag when I think he was pretty certain he was going to drive out of that because he didn't actually hit the barriers that hard. Massey moment, red flag. Indeed, McLaren F1 race. McLaren also says, Chaz, I'm paying 20 quid a month to watch Sky F1, but I'm listening to your channel, interacting with like-minded F1 friends. I watched about 5 minutes of Sky and listened to you instead, mate. Cheers for that. Yeah, Leclerc, probably that's him done for the session. And yeah, we can see there on the Ferrari, he's took the right-hand side end fence off his front wing. So Leclerc, that's his session done. I don't think the session, though, is done for, because we still have 7 minutes to go, and I think the red flag will probably come back in a minute or so. Yeah. I mean, they're now sweeping some gravel back into the gravel trap, but is that really necessary? To be honest, I'm not sure it is. Yeah, just a simple driving mistake. I've seen people make that mistake before. I think Fissy Keller, I've seen make that mistake before when he was driving for the Jordan team. Just going too wide into the entry, putting your tyres on that curb and then turning in from too late of a point. And maybe putting in a bit too much steering angle, and that causing the car to spin. As Leclerc, thankfully, was able to get back to the pits. And they are going to now put a new front wing on his car. But yeah, I wouldn't expect him really to come back out onto the track. I gotta say, if that's the reason they put a red flag out, it's for gravel on the track. That is such a pussy move. I've got to be honest. And I know I do advocate for being more so safe rather than sorry. But let's say that was the race. Are we going to throw a red flag out because Leclerc spins into the gravel in the race? I mean, no, we're not. So why are we doing it now? As the session, I think, has now resumed. I think they have got rid of the red flag now, thankfully. So we can get back underway, but I'm not sure, really. I'm not sure, really, what whether people are going to improve, really, because, yeah, F1's still in the pits. I think the session has now just about got underway again, but we've only got 4 minutes and 15 seconds left, so that is pretty much it for the session. We've got loads of cars on the exit of the pit lane now, but I'd be surprised if they all went like massively quicker than their personal best lap times, to be honest. Apparently Verstappen failing to slow for yellow flag has been noted by the stewards. That yellow flag thing that we were talking about earlier. But I don't see what the yellow flag was for. There was no reason for a yellow flag, so maybe they should investigate or note that. I'll see if there's anything else I can let you guys know. Nope, not at the moment. Kaz arrived after beer at 3 p.m. lol. I'll eat lunch and beer with more Sam Miguel. Yeah, we're great if you could. Prank says, I'm a mechanic. We all know it's safety third. As we're just looking at Max Verstappen, who is back out on track. And, well, maybe we'll see a final flying lap from a few drivers. But, yeah, don't think it'll really make a big difference to this session, which has been, I've got to say, this has been probably the most boring practice 3 session we've had this season. And most boring practice 3 session we've had in a while. Because, obviously, I've been covering practice 3 sessions. How long have I been covering practice 3 sessions? I think since the start of 2021. Because I never used to do practice 3 sessions. Back in 2019, I used to do practice 2. I think. And then, by the way, stewards have said Verstappen, no further investigation for failing to slow for yellow flags. So, yeah, Verstappen, thankfully, hasn't committed any wrongdoing there. By the way, it was funny talking about, my channel's history. I can't remember if it was the first ever video on my channel back in July of 2018, but somebody commented on it and said, I'm here from the future. And the video was me doing an analysis of will manufacturers like Audi, Porsche, Toyota, and others, enter Formula 1 in the future. I think that was my first video on the channel back in July 2018. And, yeah, obviously, Audi are confirmed. Porsche most likely will be confirmed before the end of the year. So, yeah. Good to see that that my hopes came true, kind of. As Lewis Hamilton is coming into the final chicane. Max Verstappen, I think, is on a lap, but I don't think he's actually going that quick, to be honest. We're going to look here at Lewis Hamilton, though, on this final, probably flying lap of the session, really, for everybody, to see what Lewis can do. As we've got, 15 seconds to go until the checkered flag falls here at Spa. And Kevin Magnussen, I've seen, has just gone P12 for the Haas team. So, Magnussen up to 12th. As Lewis Hamilton grabs a cheeky slipstream there from Charles Leclerc. As Esteban Ocon improves all the way up to 7th in the Alpine. Lewis Hamilton, by the way, did not actually improve his first sector time. So, yeah. Sergio Perez, though, has. He's done a better first sector than Verstappen by almost a couple tenths of a second. As Tsunoda is up to 15th, and he's probably going to finish around there. As here comes Sergio Perez towards the end of his lap. Can he end up quickest in this session? As Verstappen has seen the checkered flag and has not improved his lap time. And yes, he can. Sergio Perez goes quickest, as surely Perez will end the session in P1. As here comes Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's not improving his lap, and now he's backed off. So Perez is quickest. Verstappen second, Sainz third, Norris fourth, Russell fifth, Leclerc sixth. Alonso actually goes fifth now for Alpine. Let me just update that. So Vettel, Alonso fifth, and then Russell sixth, Leclerc seventh. Vettel has gone eighth for Aston Martin. So let me update that. There you go. And then Ocon is ninth with Gasly in P10 for AlphaTauri. Not too bad for the AlphaTauri team. And then Ricciardo, Hamilton, Latifi, Albon, Bottas, Stroll, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Zhou. And then, right. So, guys, practice 3 is over and done with, and this is your final finishing order of the session. It is Sergio Perez who ends up quickest, from Max Verstappen in second, Carlos Sainz third, Lando Norris in fourth, Fernando Alonso fifth, Russell sixth, Leclerc seventh, Vettel eighth, Ocon ninth, Gasly 10th. That is, of course, your top 10. And then the rest of the order, Ricciardo 11th, Hamilton 12th, Latifi 13th, Albon 14th, Bottas 15th, Stroll 16th, Magnussen 17th, Tsunoda 18th, Zhou 19th, and then Mick Schumacher in 20th. I think Ocon is now going to complain on team radio that he was blocked by Sainz, ruining his lap towards the end of his lap there at the very end of the session, and he did. To be honest, though, doesn't really matter. But there you go, guys. That is practice 3. But make sure, guys, to stick around, because I'm going to be live still for quite a long time. Because now for the next 2 hours, I'm going to be live to build up the qualifying. So, yeah, make sure to stick around. And let me just get up the timer thing on the side. And so you guys know how long there is left until qualifying begins. So there you go. And I'll get the timer up in just a second. And we'll get rid of that. And bring this back. And then there you go. And let me just quickly get the countdown ready. You guys know how long that is left. And there you go. So there is an hour and 55 minutes to go until qualifying begins. Now, one thing I'm going to do is which I'm going to do quickly, so do bear with me, guys, quick, is I'm just going to quickly change the title of the stream, and then I'm going to repost it out on my community tab. And actually, no, I'm not going to post out my community tab just yet, but I will post it out on Twitter quickly, so just give me a second to do this. Come join us here for build up to qualifying at the Belgian GP. And I'll just quickly do a couple hashtags. And there you go. That's tweeted out. And yeah, I'll make sure to post it in the community tab later. Probably about half an hour before the session starts. So people know when, when to join for the proper, like, close build-up and then the actual session itself. But great to have you guys here, of course, for another qualifying day in Formula 1 in 2022. We've had plenty of great qualifying days this season, and hopefully today is another one. And let me just quickly check something on Twitter, see if there's any news quickly that I can read you guys. And just having a look. So, Chris Medland has tweeted, all the power unit penalty loopholes seem to have been fixed for the FIA today, with Leclerc, Zhou, and Schumacher taking so many components, or new components for FP3, they're all back of the grid. So, yeah, it doesn't matter. They are, going to be at the absolute back. Apparently, Anthony Davidson on Sky F1 called Charles Leclerc an unreliable driver. Which, I mean, is he as reliable as Verstappen and Hamilton? No, he's not. He really isn't. He does have a mistake in him. And the reason is because he just pushes too hard. We saw this when he was, obviously driving for Ferrari in 2020 and 2021. He just pushes so hard that inevitably he's going to go over the limit. He reminds me a lot, does Leclerc, of Jean Alesi. Because Jean Alesi was very similar to that, where Alesi had an incredible speed, would push so hard, but you always felt with Alesi that he, was on the edge of making a mistake more so than at the time a Schumacher or a Hakkinen and drivers like that. So, yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There's this popular Ferrari news Twitter account that has I think 79 almost 1,000 followers, was trying to take the piss, saying Anthony Davidson with this 21 Formula 1 starts and 0 points called Charles Leclerc an unreliable driver. Just because he never scored a point doesn't mean he can't have an opinion. I mean, he did 24 races in F1, plus he's been he won the WEC World Endurance Championship with, was it Toyota? Was it? I think it was. Can't remember exactly. It was a few years ago now. I think it was 2015 or something. Or it might even be 2017. So his opinion is absolutely justified. He's been a very good racing driver, Anthony. And of course, he did lots of testing for the BAR/Honda team back in the day. So he absolutely has the right to an opinion. So that's just enormous amounts of cope being displayed by the Ferrari News Twitter account there. Let's see if there's anything else I can find. Let's see if there's anything else I can see that I can report to you guys. And I don't think there is anything else that I can bring you guys in terms of news at the moment. Of course, if there is any news in between practice 3 and qualifying, then I will get into that in a slightly in-depth way, and I will, explain, what it all means for whatever's going on for this weekend, or just in general for Formula One. And by the way, Charles Leclerc, his penalty is a 25-place penalty, and obviously we only have 20 places on the grid, so he will be automatically sent to the back of the grid. He won't be at the very back, because if he out-qualifies a few others that are taking penalties, then he may, he may start, I don't know, 15th or 16th on the grid, but still, it's basically for him on the back of the grid. Not considering he's normally on the front row of the grid for every Grand Prix, except for the odd one here or there. But, yeah, there you go. But what I'm going to do, guys, if you're wondering what I'm going to be doing in this build-up to qualifying, there's, well, 3 main things we're going to be doing. So, we will, in the, say, 30 to 45 minutes before the session actually starts, we will properly get into the teams and how I think, the teams are going to do and how they will get on, most likely based off of what I have seen so far this weekend and what I saw a lot in practice 2, which was the most representative session so far because the lap times were at their quickest in practice 2. Yeah, that'll be the last thing we get into before qualifying. I will once again get into the technical directive for people who haven't been following so far this weekend. I will quickly go through that and explain the technical directive, what it was trying to stop, and also the analysis from a journalist, top F1 journalist in Mark Hughes, that I think very well describes the situation and how, or what effect it could have on whether, Mercedes close the gap to the top 2 teams, and whether it actually changes things, up front and really throughout the field in Formula One from this point on. We'll get into that as the second thing, but the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get into a video of mine. Now, I uploaded a Lando Norris video at the very start of the summer break. It was 3.5 weeks ago, I think it was. Was it 3.5 weeks ago? It might have been 3 weeks ago. It was a video called Lando Norris Will Not Have the F1 Career You Think He Will. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play it on stream for you guys. So, so I can have a quick break, get a drink, have a drink, and just have a slight little relax for the next few minutes or so. So I'm going to play that on stream for you guys. And then whilst the video is playing, make sure to let me know in the chat for everyone watching, what do you think of what I'm having to say in that Norris video? Obviously, do you agree or disagree? And what career do you think Lando Norris will realistically have? Do you think he will stay at McLaren for years and years and be kind of where he is now? Or do you think he will eventually be in a top team and be winning races and world championships? Let me know in the live chat whilst this video plays, and I'll make sure to read out your comments when the video has finished. And as well, for the Rook in the chat, if anyone who joins or comments in the chat wondering, what's going on, why is there this video playing, just make sure to let them know what what's going on, and I'm just taking a quick break and make sure to just let them know that. So I'm going to quickly just play the video just to see if you guys can hear it quickly, so so there's no audio issues, because I don't want to leave you guys with a 16-minute video, which it is, that has audio issues. I'll quickly play it and see what you guys can hear. Lando Norris, ever since his arrival into Formula One, has had much hype surrounding him to the point of him being... Let me know, and I'll just hide that countdown timer because I'll have to reset it anyway once we come back from the video. Let me know in the chat quickly. Just say yes if you could hear the clip absolutely fine. And if you could, then I'll play the clip and then have a quick break. Audio great. Right. Cheers for that, McLaren. So yeah, I'm going to play the clip. And again, let me know what you think of what I had to say in this Lando Norris video. And then I'll see you on the other side of this clip. Lando Norris, ever since his arrival into Formula 1, has had much hype surrounding him to the point of him being overhyped to a certain degree. I certainly used to think that Lando, after his first season in F1, which was good but nothing special, was a bit overrated, but has proven me and many wrong since the beginning of the 2020 season, as he has evolved into a superb Formula 1 driver and has lived a lot more up to the hype and expectation that came with the Brit. And when you look at his resume before he entered Formula 1, most of his hype is justified. But after the last couple years of great performances and results, there is still much speculation as to how good, compared to his peers, Lando Norris really is. Which is what in today's video I'm going to give my take on. How good is Lando Norris compared to the top drivers in Formula 1? And also, realistically, given how good I believe he is, what can he accomplish in Formula 1? We'll get into that in just a moment, guys, but make sure firstly to smash the like button on this video, and don't forget as well to subscribe to the channel for more content like this. Now let's get into it and start by looking at Lando's F1 career so far. Year 1 was a good first step into the top tier of motorsport, with a few good performances in a year of resurgence for the McLaren team, with Carlos Sainz, his teammate for the year, leading the team to 4th place in the championship. I think most people would agree that Sainz was quite clearly better than Norris in 2019, but the gap between the two certainly closed in Norris's sophomore year, with Lando grabbing his first F1 podium, and his results became much more consistent, but was still just not quite as good as Carlos Sainz. But the fight between teammates was much closer. Obviously, Carlos Sainz left for Ferrari at the end of 2020, but when you compare Norris and Sainz and how they performed since Carlos went and joined the Ferrari team, I would honestly say Norris is better just about than Sainz. The main reason behind me saying that is because Lando Norris definitely made another step up in 2021 and was, without a doubt, one of the best drivers last season, and has continued this year performing at a very high level despite the McLaren car's pace dipping quite a lot compared to 2021. And with Sainz, despite him just beating out teammate Charles Leclerc in 2021 by a few points, this year we have seen that Leclerc is still a league above the Spaniard. Form is temporary, class is permanent, as they say. And after what has been an underwhelming season for Sainz, we have seen clear evidence this season that Carlos is not quite an elite F1 driver, and that definitely makes his stock fall. Meanwhile, since Carlos left McLaren, I think Lando's results and performances have been more impressive considering the weaker team and car he has had since 2020. And I believe if Norris and Sainz were teammates now, that Lando would just about come out the winner. Carlos's replacement to Maka, Daniel Ricciardo, has been without doubt not as good as we think he can be, but Lando has been clearly clear of Ricciardo since Danny Ric joined. And despite Ricciardo's at times very poor performances, it has been very impressive what Lando has done in the same car. Now, you would, given what Sainz and Ricciardo have done in the last few years, think that Lando, being the better driver out of the three in the last couple years, would see Norris very close to the top of F1. Well, not so fast with that assumption. You see, I have my own separate tiers dividing up the current Formula 1 grid. The greater your performances for a more consistent period of time over the last 3 years is what for me determines the best from the worst. In the top tier of drivers, there is currently only 3 drivers occupying that space, being Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc. These 3, even since 2019, have been, in my opinion, consistently the best performers on the grid. Hamilton and Verstappen especially climbed to unbelievable levels in 2021, which keeps them first and second. Leclerc can sometimes straddle the line between tier 1 and 2, but this season has been truly brilliant from him, which keeps him in. Now, the second tier is full of some very good drivers that have had good consistent results over the last 3 years, but just not as good as the top 3. In this tier, we have the following drivers in no particular order: Fernando Alonso, Sebastian Vettel, Lando Norris, Carlos Sainz, Daniel Ricciardo, Sergio Perez, George Russell, Pierre Gasly, and Valtteri Bottas. So who out of that group is Lando Norris better than? I would definitely put him above Valtteri Bottas, who is probably at the bottom of this tier, but still deserves to be in this one, as his performances against Lewis Hamilton for Mercedes were pretty good, considering Hamilton is the GOAT. I'd put him ahead of Gasly due to the improvement Norris has made since 2021 to his race performances especially, and I believe Norris is the better driver than Pierre in his overtaking ability. I would though probably put Gasly ahead of Norris on single lap pace, as Pierre proved in 2021, despite racing with a car not as quick as the McLaren, just how incredible his qualifying pace is. Next up is Sergio Perez, who is having an amazing 2022 season, winning the Monaco Grand Prix, and was thought to be a genuine title contender not too long ago. Overall though, despite Perez being at his peak in 2022, Norris is the quicker driver over a single lap, not something that Perez is still great at a consistent level despite his 2022 heroics. Much tougher to come to the conclusion as to who is stronger in a race situation between the two, as Perez is incredibly consistent with pace and managing tyres, but Norris is the better racer, so I'd have to say they are pretty much equal on that front. Due to Norris having the edge on single lap pace though, Norris just about takes it. I've already explained why I believe he's better than Sainz and Ricciardo, so what about George Russell, Fernando Alonso and Sebastian Vettel? Alonso and Vettel have had great careers, but we must compare those two to Lando based on the last couple years, and based on those years, I would put Norris ahead of Vettel, as Seb, despite doing pretty well in an average at best Aston Martin, has not quite been as consistently good as Lando. Norris has had a faster car since 2020, but I think the level of performance from him we have seen since that year has been higher than Vettel, who we occasionally see glimpses of his old brilliant self. It is though pretty hard to compare him to Fernando Alonso, because despite Alonso not having a great 2021, considering how talented he is, has been consistently superb in 2022, but has suffered a multitude of issues holding his results back. I do believe though some of his 2021 results were due to taking a 2-year break from the series, and the Alonso we have seen so far in 2022 is the real Fernando Alonso, and given that this year's Alpine is not quite as good as the McLaren of last year when Norris was putting in all of those great performances, I will put Alonso ahead of Norris right now. As for comparing Norris to fellow Brit George Russell, this is a pretty hard one, because up until the end of 2021, Russell was in a shitbox, whilst Lando was racing for an infinitely better team and much quicker team. From what I've seen though of Russell in 2022, his performances, especially compared to his GOAT of a teammate, have been very impressive indeed. So based on current events, I will put Russell ahead of Norris for the time being, but I will admit more evidence is needed to determine who is clearly the stronger driver here. So all in all, I have Lando Norris right now as the 6th best driver in Formula 1 behind Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, George Russell and Fernando Alonso. This puts Norris in a position similar to another British driver who used to race in F1 named Jenson Button. The reason I bring up Jenson is because I believe Lando is going to have a similar career. You see, Jenson Button was a very good driver who had many great performances and great race wins in his time, but there was, for the strong majority of his F1 career, a small group of drivers that were just better than him. Whether it be back in the mid-2000s when you had Michael Schumacher, Kimi Raikkonen, Fernando Alonso and arguably Juan Pablo Montoya just too good for him, or back in the early 2010s, the peak of his career, when you had Sebastian Vettel, Lewis Hamilton, Fernando Alonso and maybe Mark Webber if you want to have that argument, that were just too good. Button had years in his career where he would outperform an Alonso or a Raikkonen, or even his teammate at the time, Lewis Hamilton. But to outperform all of them in those respective eras, it took a lot of things falling into place for that to happen. Namely, an incredibly quick Brawn F1 car in 2009 to win his only world championship. Don't get me wrong, he still performed at an incredibly high level that year, especially in the second half of the season, in a severely underdeveloped car to seal the deal in Brazil, but the pace of the car in the first half of the season was the key to that success. Now, obviously, to win a championship, you have to have an amazingly quick car. Seasons like 2012, where we had Fernando Alonso dragging a boat almost to a world title, isn't really the norm in Formula 1. But with Lando Norris, that is ultimately, with what I described about Jenson Button's career, what I see happening for him at the very best. There will be the odd year here or there where he performs better than a George Russell or a Charles Leclerc, and maybe even a Max Verstappen. But at the end of the day, 80 to 85% of the time, these three will be the top three drivers in Formula 1, ahead of Lando, of course, once Hamilton and Alonso have retired. And the only way Norris is beating all three in a single year to a world championship is with the best car on the grid, as even in a car equally as quick as, say, a Verstappen or Leclerc, I don't see Norris as good enough to win those battles. Overall, I put Lando Norris down as someone who could be a future world champion rather than a champion in waiting such as Charles Leclerc, as I think Norris really will need a very quick car to help him more so than, say, Leclerc or Verstappen need that for their overall results and performances. If I am right, though, that Norris's career will turn out that way, very similar to Jenson Button, that is still a great career to have. Taking a look here at Jenson's stats, 90% of racing drivers would be very happy with a career like this, so this is not a dig or a criticism of this type of career path. But how will Lando Norris's F1 career develop between now and, say, the end of the decade? Will there be a chance at a first world title? I'm not sure those chances are as great as we would hope, because as you may know, Lando Norris is contracted to McLaren until the end of 2025, a McLaren team that has been very disappointing since the beginning of the new era of F1. Given the progress that was made from the dire season in 2018 until the end of 2021, McLaren just needed to get the new regulations right with their car design to fully become, once again, a top Formula 1 team, but it just didn't materialise. Now, I do believe between now and 2025, McLaren will improve on this year's car. I don't think this year's performance is indicative of how good they are, but the climb to possible championship glory for them has become much steeper than before. I will be doing a video probably on McLaren at the end of the season, but after the failure to convert their great work prior to 2022 into something more like the McLaren team of even 10 to 12 years ago, I think the ship has now sailed for McLaren being a championship winning team, unless they partner up with a new manufacturer in the future such as Audi, rather than just being a customer of Mercedes or another existing manufacturer. But if McLaren do improve the next couple years and set themselves back to where they were in 2021, then Lando Norris will see himself grab a few podiums and maybe win a race or two until his contract ends, which is good, but not enough for what Norris probably deserves. Will Lando, though, actually leave McLaren at the end of 2025 for pastures new? Well, realistically, if he was to leave, where would he go? He won't be going to Red Bull, as that is Max Verstappen's team. I don't see him ever going to Ferrari, as it just isn't a good fit, even if Leclerc is no longer in Maranello, leaving Mercedes as the only viable option. This will depend, though, on what Lewis Hamilton decides to do with when he is retiring from Formula 1, as Norris would ideally need Lewis to retire just as Lando's contract finishes, but if Lewis's retirement came at the end of 2024 instead, then the vacancy at Mercedes could end up being filled by Charles Leclerc for 2025. The only other options after that is any other team that somehow has become a front-running team, such as an Alpine or an Aston Martin. But we have no idea if that's actually going to happen. In my view, Lando Norris will sign a new contract at McLaren and stay with the team until 2028 or 2029. But if he does decide to leave McLaren, it won't be for Red Bull, Ferrari or Mercedes, but rather a team like Alpine if they become a front-running team, or an Aston Martin team that hasn't really unlocked their potential, or potentially a Sauber team that is being run by Audi after 2026. With him staying at McLaren, in my opinion, until the end of the decade, all we're going to see from Lando is more podiums and great performances and maybe the odd race win, but Lando won't ever be a title contender. Not because he's not good enough, but because McLaren will not return to the very top of the sport. Certainly not for quite a while. And if Lando Norris wants to achieve what a lot of people out there think is possible, which is championship glory, leaving McLaren when the time is right and when the opportunity rises at the right team will be the key to any future title success. But let me know in the comments section down below, guys, how do you think Lando Norris's career will play out? How good do you think he really is? And compared to the drivers that I compared him to, do you disagree or agree with what I had to say? Let me know in the comments. But guys, until my next video, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye. So, that was the video, guys. Hopefully, you enjoyed it. Yeah, let me know in the chat, what do you think of what I had to say in that video, and what career do you think Lando Norris will have? Do you agree or disagree with anything I had to say in the video? Who do you, or where do you rank Lando in terms of him compared to the other F1 drivers? Do you think, like I think, he's the 6th best driver right now on the grid? Let me know in the chat, and I'll get to your comments as soon as possible. But I think we are going to quickly just update how long there is left until the qualifying session begins, and it is 1 hour and 28 minutes until qualifying begins at Spa. So before I get onto your comments, just want to quickly say that if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because I will be live, of course, today up until 4:30. Still obviously going to do a watch along for qualifying, but tomorrow I'll be live for race day to cover the entirety of race day. Be live 2 hours before the race starts at 12 PM UK time to build up to the race until about 1:30 PM UK time with the race preview. Then from 1:30 till 4 PM UK time will be the race watch along part of the day. The race starting again at 2 PM UK time. And then for about 1 hour after the race finishes, I will be live still to react with you guys to what has happened in the Belgian Grand Prix. So don't forget, if you are new to the channel, to subscribe for that content coming up, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. Bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe right there. And as well, for everyone watching, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And as well, I probably, if there is enough to talk about on from the race tomorrow, I am also probably going to do a stream on Monday as well, talking about some of the events of the Grand Prix. So, yeah, there'll be a stream tomorrow, like I said, and probably on Monday as well. But I'm going to quickly just look at Twitter to see if there's been any news quickly, and then I will get into all of your comments quick. So, let me just have a look. No, can't see anything. So, let's get onto your comments. Let me know in the chat again what you thought of what I'm saying, the Lando Norris thing. And, yeah, do you think Lando Norris will have a world champion-like career? And what type of ex-F1 driver do you think he'll have a similar career to? Because I said I thought it'd be similar to Jenson Button, which would be honestly a pretty good career. Yeah, let me know in the chat whether you agree with that or disagree with that. Triban says Leclerc tier 2 after crashing in FP3. In my opinion, well, we're not going to put him in tier 2 just because he crashed in a practice session. I'd still put him in tier 1, but he's definitely a lot closer to tier 2, you know, into drifting into Tier 2 from Tier 1 than obviously Verstappen or Hamilton are. Simon says the McLaren is not easy to drive. Norris admitted that he has to drive. That he has to alter his driving style. The car has made Ricciardo look ordinary. This is why I rate Norris highly. I mean, the thing is, there were quite a few people who disagreed with me when it came to my thoughts, when the video originally came out. I wasn't like laying into Norris. I wasn't criticizing him heavily. I just don't think Lando Norris is going to be like this 3, 4, 5-time world champion like a lot of people think he will. I just don't think he will be as good as that. Not just because I don't rate him as highly on his own as other people do, but also, what do you call it? I was going to say, the type of drivers he's competed against at the minute is probably, the most talented grid we've ever had. Lewis Hamilton, the greatest driver of all time. Max Verstappen could go down as one of the greatest, if not the greatest driver of all time once he retires from Formula 1. Charles Leclerc, I think, will be a world champion eventually in his career. George Russell, I think, will be a world champion in his career. Obviously, Fernando Alonso is a world champion. Sebastian Vettel's a world champion. And then you got, Sainz, Ricciardo, who are very good drivers. Perez, Bottas, Gasly. So it's, it's the most talented F1 grid we've had. And I just think that he will need more than just a good car and, the talent he has to be a world champion. He'll need, like I said in that video, kind of the right type of circumstances to be a world champion. Agreed, says Triban, but the idea that Norris will have a career like Button is quite doable. And I think I said in that video, if Norris ended up having a career like Jensen, that would be a very good career to have. Well, what was the career? What was it? 13 wins, I think 50 odd podiums, raced for so many great teams, obviously won the world championship, had quite a few pole positions. That's a great career to have. I think one thing we have to normalise when talking about drivers, which I'm hoping I can do with the videos I do on certain drivers, is that not every driver has to be Lewis Hamilton, Ayrton Senna, Michael Schumacher. It's okay to have a career like a Jenson Button or a Nico Rosberg or a Jacques Villeneuve or a Hakkinen or a Raikkonen, or even, say, a Damon Hill. Those careers, if you were to emulate those careers, that's a very good career to have. Because I do feel as though, with a lot of the talented youngsters we have on the grid, it feels as though people feel as though they all have to reach that level where, that's almost impossible to expect that. I mean, Hamilton and Verstappen are probably the only two drivers in the current grid who will be racing at the same time and will both probably, once they are both retired, go down as, say, two of the top 5, 6 drivers of all time in Formula 1 history. So it's quite rare that happens, that you get, say, so many drivers of that caliber racing at the same time. So yeah, I think we've got to normalize drivers, or normalize the expectation for drivers not being you have to be Hamilton, Senna, Schumacher level, or else you've had a failure of a career. I think I've even said that, if you even have a career like a David Coulthard or a Rubens Barrichello, that would be a good career to have. I mean, David Coulthard, I think, had the same amount of race wins as Jenson Button. The only thing, the only thing he was missing was a world championship. Same with Barrichello. I think Barrichello maybe had 2 less wins, but again, the only thing he was missing was a world championship. So yeah, it's not a terrible thing to have, between 10 and 20 race wins, maybe 1 world title and 40 to 50 podiums. That's a great career have when the majority of drivers, you know, don't even get to 10 race wins, or even 10 pole positions. Obviously, the vast majority of drivers don't even win a world championship. But, yeah. Triban says, or asks, would you rather have a Jacques Villeneuve type career or a Hakkinen type career? I say a Hakkinen type career. I mean, Villeneuve would have ended up having a lot better of a career if he decided to stay at Williams instead of going to BAR for 99. But I would say Hakkinen because I think what he did in those times at McLaren, especially in his peak years, when he was winning his championships and going up against Michael Schumacher, I think that would be, a great career, really, to have. Brabham, great to see you in chat, by the way. Obviously a regular. Says I can't see them ever beating Merc with the same engine in terms of, McLaren. And yeah, I think I said in the video, the only way McLaren are gonna become a front-running team again is if they partner up with a new engine manufacturer, which they could do, because Audi have announced that they're going to be entering as a power unit supplier or power unit manufacturer, or whatever you want to call it, from 2026. So if I was McLaren, if there is still an opportunity for a deal to be made, they've got to make that deal, because if they stay with Mercedes, then yeah, they're never going to be better than Mercedes, and they've got to try and find some other avenue to try and close that gap, because they've got a good department in terms of like the aerodynamic side and the technical side, but it's never, I don't think, unless they can keep the technical department they have now until people like Adrian Newey and James Allison retire, they're never going to have a technical department as good as Mercedes and Red Bull. And to be honest, you'd have to say as good as Ferrari as well. So they've got to try other avenues, try and close that gap. But to be honest, even if they do, go with Audi for, say, 2026, if Audi really do produce a good power unit for that new set of regulations, I mean, they will probably close the gap, but I still am not sure they'll be world champions. And I think I said in that video as well that I am going to do a video on why I think McLaren have missed the boat, really, to beat title contenders for the foreseeable future. And I will be doing a video on that at some point, because, yeah, I have pretty much decided from what I've seen this season that I just don't see how McLaren can close that gap. Prank asks, would Lando have more points than Perez in the Red Bull seat this year? I think you're right about Lando. He can win, and I hope he really does, but he'll need some luck along with great performances. Would Lando have more points than Perez in the Red Bull this year? Yeah, I'd say he would. Not loads more, but I think he would have more by, I don't know, 10, 20 points or something like that. But yeah, I think, to be honest, Perez has done a great job in that Red Bull. Triban says Perez is Barrichello 2.0, in my opinion. His illustrious years sprouted late in his years, and his is the evident number 2 driver. Another driver as well, who I think, he got criticised so much at Mercedes, even though I always defended him because, I knew the role that he, was supposed to play at Mercedes, and he played it very well, which was Valtteri Bottas. Valtteri Bottas had a great career, to be honest. He was, the number 2 driver in the greatest F1 team of all time, and when he retires and pretty much that whole era is over, once people from Mercedes move on and, Hamilton retires, Bottas retires, I think people will look back fondly at Hamilton and Bottas and the Mercedes years, kind of like they do with Ferrari from the early 2000s with, Schumacher and Barrichello. So, yeah, Bottas, like I said, I thought he had a very good time at Mercedes. And I think he's had a very good career when you consider that he partnered the greatest driver of all time and still had a few race wins and plenty of great performances in there. Let's see if I can find some other comments here. Good morning to Trini Ben One, I think it is. He says good morning from Vaughan, Ontario, Canada. Good to see you here. Bravamore says pre-rally Kimi's one of the fastest drivers I've ever seen. Yeah, the Kimi of like 2005 was incredible. His pace was at times from another world. Yeah. Really, still was a travesty that that Kimi didn't win the championship that year because he was definitely the best driver that season. His pace again was from another planet at times. Oh god. Almost clicked something accidentally there. Love these streams. Thank you for taking the time, says Notajai, I think it is. No problem. Cheers for enjoying the streams. McLaren from Racers says, I think Max will get 4 or 5 championships. 2026 will be a leveler again. And Echo Trilogy says, Gasly needs to get his stuff together. Anthony Core says, today Max win and McLaren takes a podium. Max is tracing this history. He's going to make history. 8 championships at least. Not sure about that. Not sure about that. We'll see. McLaren from Racist, there is no way an independent team will ever win a world championship again. Mercedes will never let McLaren or Aston Martin run away with themselves. Same goes for Alfa and Haas with the Fezzers, lol. Yeah. We're not going to see a customer team win a world championship. I don't think. Possibly ever again. I mean, maybe we will in like 20, 30 years' time. But yeah, it is unlikely to happen for a while. I think the last time we had a customer team win the championship was Red Bull between 2012 and 2010 and 2011, I think you'd say, is when Red Bull, the last time a team won as a customer was Red Bull in 2010 and 2011, because obviously you still had the Renault Works team. But before then, you would have to go to what? Braun, I guess you could say, was a customer, because Mercedes' main focus that year in 2009 was McLaren. And then before then, you're going back to, I don't know, the 70s, the 80s, honestly. So yeah, it is quite rare that a customer team wins the championship. But an independent team that isn't a manufacturer, yeah, it is going to become a very rare thing, and has been, to be honest, for the last 20 years. Latifi plus 999 championships to absolutely crown himself as the GOAT king of the planet. Brothermore says it'll only happen if a customer team has a Braun style situation. I mean, the only way you can, as a customer, become, become a front-running team and, say, quicker than the Works team, if there is a Works team, is if you, surprisingly out of nowhere with a new set of regulations, or with your first year with that power unit, are a front-running team. Because, like, I think McLaren from Race said, Mercedes are never going to let their customers get, they're not going to keep supplying them if they end up beating them. So, yeah. Will Williams keep Latifi? Asked Simon. Interestingly, Jost Capito, the Williams team boss, said that they wouldn't mind continuing with Latifi, and that there's a chance he could continue with with Williams, which would be a massive surprise, because I from what we've heard, it's supposed to be Latifi leaving, and then probably Logan Sargent replacing him at Williams, or maybe Nick De Vries replacing him at Williams. So we'll see what happens, but I would be surprised, very surprised, if Latifi, in all seriousness, was at Williams in 2023. And my prediction is it will be Albon and either De Vries or Sargent. I don't think it will be Latifi. I'm still not sure who will be in that Williams car. I think they've both got De Vries and Logan Sargent pretty much an equal chance to be in that car. Because, I mean, Williams, they'll want to kind of do a deal with Mercedes, because obviously Mercedes do supply them power units. So, you know, they'll maybe want to do a deal there with Nick De Vries to get him in their car, because obviously De Vries is a Mercedes reserve driver. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there with Williams. Echo Trilogy. He has the potential to beat Schumacher and Hamilton's championship record combined. Yeah. The only way independents will ever win in a spec is in a spec series, and as Formula 1 fans, we don't ever want a spec series. Absolutely not. Bravum says he has stepped up a little bit. Yeah, Latifi has improved, but I think it might just be a bit, you know, too little, too late for him. But to be honest, and I know, I have a reputation for being a bit brutal with certain teams and drivers and that. But does anyone actually give a fuck who drives for Williams? Because they're going to be shit anyway. So who cares? I mean, I don't care, really. I mean, I care for Alex Albon, because I think Albon is a good F1 driver. And he deserves better than Williams. I don't think he was that bad at Red Bull that he didn't deserve to be on the grid at all. But Williams, as far as I'm concerned, Williams are always going to be at the back. That Williams are never going to make any progress, because the people who own that team are an investment firm, equity firm, can't remember exactly, and they have no interest in Formula 1. They're just owning it, I think, more so just so they have it as part of their portfolio. And I think if anyone came in with a bigger bid for that team, then I think they probably would sell that team. I don't think they give a fuck about Williams, to be honest. Was it Doralton Capital? I don't think they care at all. And to be honest, until Williams are sold to a person that actually has a vision of taking Williams from a racing point of view up the field and into a positive direction, Williams are going to be at the very back of the grid pretty much forever. Yeah, they'll have the odd results where they nick a point or two, but they're always going to be shit. And therefore, I don't really give a fuck, to be honest, about Williams. I probably, the only thing I care about with Williams is the drivers. I don't really give a fuck about them as a team, because again, who cares about what Williams do? Jop says, think seats at bottom team only benefits drivers to keep their name in the picture and prove their skill. Yeah, I mean, it's been good for Albon in that way. And Albon obviously has signed up to another year for Williams. And I think he's, or it's been confirmed that Albon is now free of his Red Bull contract. He's no longer going to be, I think from next year, on loan from the Red Bull team, or, you know, Red Bull company, organization, whatever you want to call it. Which I'm not sure is actually the best thing for Alex, because I think if he was still contracted to Red Bull, I think he would probably still have a decent chance if Gasly was to leave AlphaTauri at the end of next season, which I think is likely. I think there's a good chance that Albon could, if he was still part of Red Bull, then go to AlphaTauri for 2024, which I think would be a pretty good move for him. Even though, yeah, he's raced for them before, it'd be about where his level is at, a team like AlphaTauri, rather than Williams. So, yeah. Vettel should buy Williams. That'd be nice, but I don't think he would, because I don't think he has any affinity really for the team. I mean, I know he owns a Williams car from 1992, but I don't think he'd really be that interested, to be honest. Let's see if there's any other comments I can find quick. McLaren from Race says, Latifi ruined my life for 2021 Abu Dhabi. How bad did he feel? Lol, denying a same spec engine supplied driver at a world championship. I still love Latifi. Yeah. It's a shame that he got all that abuse he did, because it wasn't deserved. Yeah. It's unfortunate how it all happened, really. But I think I am going to now move on to my next topic. Make sure, though, guys, to keep posting your comments in the chat of what I'm having to say, or just what you think going into qualifying about the teams and drivers. Just let me know what you think in the chat. And next up, what we're going to get into is the technical directive that, of course, has come into force here at Spa. That's what we're now going to get into. Let's just get my stuff ready to show you guys, and I'll hide the timer in a moment, because obviously I will switch away from the screen, which will reset it. So I will hide it in a moment, so don't worry, I will eventually reset it to what the correct time is remaining. But let's now get into it. Obviously, I have already done this topic a couple times so far in the last couple of days, but for anyone who hasn't seen, let me get into the technical directive that has come into place at Spa. So, as we know for this season, porpoising was always going to be an issue with these new ground effect cars, but porpoising has been, I think, more of an issue than expected. And when we got to the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, race 8 of the season, it was a major issue where we had really bad bouncing for teams like Mercedes, Ferrari, I think Haas, Aston Martin, and there were plenty of, I think, right and justifiable concerns as to, you know, the health of the drivers and whether those bouncing could be causing micro concussions. So the FIA decided to do something about it. I'll just quickly hide the timer counting down, and let's get into what they had to say the race after at the Canadian Grand Prix. What they said was, quote, a technical directive has been issued to give guidance to the teams about the measures the FIA intends to take to tackle the problem of porpoising. These include, number one, closer scrutiny of the planks and skids, both in terms of their design and the observed wear. And number two, the definition of a metric based on the car's vertical acceleration that will give a quantitative, I'm not sure if I'm actually saying that word right, but it's just such a, a long, annoying word to say, limit for acceptable level of vertical oscillations. Vertical oscillations basically is a more complicated way of saying porpoising. And then it says the exact mathematical formula for this metric is still being analysed by the FIA, and the Formula 1 teams have been invited to contribute to this process. And a couple of weeks later, at the British Grand Prix, they did come up with a metric to limit, the amount of bouncing that a car can have. But as it says in number one, they took a closer scrutiny of the planks and skids, both in terms of their design and the observed wear. And when they did, they found some interesting designs with the underbody of the car. So this is, unfortunately, Zhou Guanyu, when he had his role at Silverstone, he gave us a great picture of the plank under his car that we are going to use for this picture. So I'm going to illustrate quickly basically what the technical directive was for. So they came up again with a metric to limit the amount of porpoising that a car can have, but they found a interesting interpretation of the regulations when it came to the plank and floor area. So the front of the plank is to the right-hand side. If you don't know what a plank looks like, I can't help you. I think you should know what a plank looks like in this picture. So yeah, the far right of the plank is the front of it and the rear, obviously the far left of it. Now, the FIA previously would only measure the front of the plank for wear and whether, in terms of flexibility, whether it was flexing too much. They would not measure the rear of the plank. And when they did inspections, the thought is that certain teams were flexing their floors and the underbody of their cars more so than the tolerance allowed. In the official regulations, I think the tolerance was 2 millimeters of flexibility towards the rear of the plank. And it's thought that some teams were flexing 6 to 7 millimeters rather than just 2. And those teams were thought to be Ferrari and Red Bull. So not only was the technical directive about limiting porpoising, was also about clamping down on certain designs that were would be classified as a movable aerodynamic device, and it would give a very good advantage to whatever team used it. Not an absolutely massive advantage, but still a decent amount of lap time for whoever had this type of design. And even though those flexible floors actually helped with porpoising, the FIA did, and I think rightfully so, clamped down on this issue. And this is what, this is what Mark Hughes had to say. Again, very experienced and great F1 journalist, and works for, I think, Sky Sports F1, actually does work in the commentary box, I think, alongside Crofty and Brundle for Sky F1 during, I think, qualifying and the race. And this is what he had to say in his column on Sky Sports F1 about not just the technical directive, but the amount of lap time it would be worth and whether it would actually bring Mercedes closer to Ferrari and Red Bull, which was really, when it came to this technical directive, the biggest story around it. So let me just quickly clear my throat and then I'll read out the quote. And there you go. I should be able to read it out a bit better now. So let's read what he had to say. So he says, with quote, with quite a different upper body aero concept to Red Bull and Ferrari, Mercedes' greater area of exposed floor was effectively a cantilever, making it much more difficult to control. Later, limitations in the mechanical aspects of the suspension became apparent in controlling the car's ride. It then became clear that Ferrari and Red Bull had interpreted the regulations concerning the mounting of the underfloor and plank differently and were able to allow the plank to sink further into the floor as it touched the ground, giving a cushioning effect to the ride. From Spa this weekend, that interpretation will no longer be considered valid. If, as is believed by other teams, that mounting method would make a 5 to 6 millimeter lower rear ride height feasible, it would if you were using that type of interpretation or interpreted design that Ferrari and Red Bull reportedly were using. It would potentially be worth around 2 to 3 tenths of a second of lap time. But then he goes on to say, the Mercedes, even though it set pole in Hungary due to a favourable set of circumstances such as no healthy Red Bulls in Q3 and Ferrari out of the tyre temperature window, they were still ultimately half a second off the pace once it was all, fair and square. So, he says, the Spa technical directive could well help Mercedes reduce its deficit to the front, but to take on Ferrari and Red Bull in equal terms is likely going to require more development, which he's absolutely bang on in saying that. This technical directive, let's say that it is true that that Ferrari and Red Bull have been doing this and that Mercedes have not, and that and that it should bring, say, Mercedes 2 to 3 tenths of a second closer. Mercedes haven't been that close, 2 or 3 tenths off Ferrari and Red Bull this season. It's normally been, at best half a second off, say in qualifying, or even, a lot of the races as well. And even a lot of the time, it's been a second lap. So if you are a Mercedes fan and you're thinking that this technical directive is going to be the answer, do not think that, because maybe it'll give them, again, an extra 2 or 3 tenths of a second and will pull them closer, but they need probably another big upgrade to properly be in the fight every single weekend with Ferrari and Red Bull. And, well, so far this weekend, we have seen no evidence that the technical directive has actually had an effect on the pace of the Red Bull and Ferrari cars, and really the other cars as well. So, yeah, we'll see what happens in qualifying. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe Mercedes will be a bit closer to the front two teams than I expect, or than we have seen so far. And yeah, we'll see in qualifying what happens there. But I think the takeaway from this is it's not the technical directive in terms of what it was hyped up to be. Is not quite what it was hyped up to be. It's not going to be as big of a reset as was talked about, say, on social media and stuff like that. By the way, I'll show on screen the timer now. We've got 54 minutes to go until qualifying begins at Spa. And it may have a decent effect, but nothing absolutely massive. And don't worry, guys, I can see you in the chat acting like kids. But that's your rundown of the technical directive. We'll see once everyone has to really show what they've got in qualifying, as Christian Horner would say, when everyone drops their pants to see what they've got. We'll see whether it has, for real, had an effect on the pecking order in Formula One. But let me know in the chat, guys. What do you call it? Let me know what you think of the technical directive, and do you think it will actually have an effect on what happens in this qualifying session coming up and the race for Sunday as well? Do you actually think the pecking order we have currently in Formula One will be really any different from what we've seen this season? Let me know in the live chat. To be honest, I'm going to read the chat, but it's probably not going to be anything about the technical directive. Why Mr. Happy says, why is the Porsche Super Cup qualifying going in Spa right now? Well, because there's no other action, is there? Formula One isn't running at the minute, and what do you call it? Sorry, I was just confused. I was reading something on Twitter there. Obviously qualifying doesn't begin until 52 minutes from now, so that's why they were doing some running for qualifying at the moment. Let me look at the chat quickly. Echo Trilogy says Zhou had a minor concussion from the British Grand Prix. And that's what started it off. Brabham by saying, my girlfriend when I was 17 had porpoising issues. Cheers for that, mate. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, the chat absolutely went downhill after that. Yop says, you're telling Mercedes narrative now. Horner always stated this isn't us and won't affect us. I wasn't telling the Mercedes narrative. I think I did say a few times, reportedly or apparently, in terms of Ferrari and Red Bull, we still don't know for sure whether they were actually doing this whole flexi floor thing. And I've always said, pretty much allegedly, that they've been doing that. I've never been like saying it clearly. Like F1 journalists have been saying it as though it's like literal fact and that we all know it, when again there is no actual real evidence that is actually the case. Let me see if I can actually find a decent comment. Mr. Happy. Well, I've answered your comment now about the Porsche Super Cup thing, so hopefully that's answered what you were talking about. Jop says, I think the Bulls will be more ahead. Ergo, Ferrari will lose 0.2 a lap due to technical directive. I mean, Ferrari, yeah, their car is more aerodynamic heavy than the Red Bull. The Red Bull, I mean, it's got a lot of grip, but it's also been designed in a way that doesn't have a lot of drag. So, yeah, maybe it will affect Ferrari more so, which would be the final nail in the coffin for them. Paul James Squibbs asks, does holding on the races on the track around the same time help put some rubber on the track for extra grippage? Yeah. As long as it stays dry, yeah. And that does help at, what do you call it? It does help at tracks where, or not tracks, but Grand Prix events where we have a support series of, like Formula 2, Formula 3, or the W Series, Porsche Super Cup. Stuff like that. When we get that alongside Formula 1, it does help the F1 cars have a lot more grip than than they would have, say, at the US Grand Prix, where I think they have not sprint races, support races at the US Grand Prix at the Circuit of Americas, but it's not really enough to really put down, an absolute ton of rubber, or as much rubber as they would put down, say, a weekend like this. Great to see Astro Stevo in chat, or Platty, whatever you want to call him. But to me, he'll always be Astro Stevo to me. Yeah, good to see you in chat. And yeah, just under, or now 48 minutes away from qualifying beginning. Brabham says, I used to like the era with 2 different tyre manufacturers, made it interesting. It did. But I don't think we'll ever have that again, unfortunately. Because I think Pirelli pretty much have a monopoly on, being the tyre supplier. And I don't see them leaving F1 for a long, long time, to be honest. And as well, not just that, but there's no other tyre suppliers that are actually interested in coming into Formula 1. So if there's no other interest, then, there's nothing really we can do about there just being one tyre supplier, Pirelli. Right. I'm going to read out probably a couple more comments, and then we're going to get into the teams and preview how I think the teams are going to do in qualifying. Shadow Knight says, I'm from Belgium, and normally it should have started around this time. What the fuck? Yeah, was it? I think. Was it starting for this year where they now start the sessions for qualifying at 3 p.m. UK time, when it used to be the qualifying and race time used to be the exact same time? I think that was still the case last year. That is no longer the case, which is annoying. So, local time, qualifying doesn't begin at Spa until 4 p.m. So, better hope they don't have a massive downpour at Spa, because then it could get dark quite early. And we are pretty much heading towards autumn now, aren't we? I mean, in the UK, temperatures are nowhere near what they were a few weeks ago, which I have to say is good, because it was pretty hard to breathe in that summer heat we've had in the UK. Right. I am going to, before I get onto the teams and go through all the teams and predict how I think they are going to do, I am going to quickly repost the link to the stream out a couple times, and then we'll get into the teams. So just give me, guys, a couple moments, and then we'll get into it. But make sure in the chat, guys, I want you guys to let me know, how do you think the top teams, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, and you can include McLaren and Alpine in there if you want, as to, teams in the higher echelons on the grid. How do you think they'll get on in qualifying? Let me know in the live chat. And as well, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every race in 2022. And if you are watching and you have not hit the like button, then make sure to smash that like button. And don't forget as well to share this video and channel everywhere you can. I'm just tweeting the link out to the stream quickly, so just give me a sec. And there you go. So those are the links posted out. And I think yeah, as Rook's saying in chat, I mean, he says race, but it's not the race, it's qualifying, obviously. There is no delayed qualifying. Qualifying begins at 3 p.m. UK time. And it has done pretty much for every European race this season, so you may not have followed that many qualifying sessions this season, to be fair, if you're confused about that, which is, fine. But anyway, let's get into the teams, and I think we'll start with Red Bull Racing. Now, Max Verstappen obviously has a grid penalty. Verstappen will probably still do qualifying to try and finish ahead of Leclerc, so Verstappen can start as high up as possible on the grid. Because, and the reason he'll want to do that is not just to start higher on the grid, but also because if he was to start with the amount of drivers that have a grid penalty, if he was to start 14th or around there, he's still, with the pace he has in that Red Bull, he has the pace still to come from that position and win the Grand Prix tomorrow. So, as long as Verstappen qualifies at the head of the pack of drivers that are taking a grid penalty, a reminder, those drivers are Verstappen, Leclerc, Norris, Ocon, Zhou, Jesus Christ, Zhou, Bottas, and Mick Schumacher. That is, 7 drivers that are taking a grid penalty for the Grand Prix. So yeah, as long as he out-qualifies all of them, then that's, job done. Sergio Perez, though, the man on screen, he really, I think, has a great chance here because of Verstappen's penalty at not just starting the race tomorrow on pole position, but I think has a great chance of winning tomorrow's Grand Prix. And I think if he can start the race on pole and lead on the first lap, then with the pace Red Bull have, and Max, will still have to come through all that traffic through the first 10-15 laps of the Grand Prix, Checo would have a great chance at winning the race, because Max obviously would still have to overtake the 2 Mercedes and Carlos Sainz as well, and even possibly Charles Leclerc if Max doesn't get a great start to tomorrow's race from the back of the grid, and Leclerc, shoots up into, say, 11th or 12th place straight away on the first lap. So, yeah, Perez is got to make sure that he's at the head of the pack that doesn't have a penalty. His job today, essentially, is to out-qualify the 2 Mercedes and Carlos Sainz. As long as he does that, that would be good enough. And Red Bull definitely have a quick enough car to do that. So, Perez, I don't think, has that big of an excuse, really, today. He absolutely can win the race tomorrow. He can start the race tomorrow on pole. He just needs to do the job as a driver. And we know that Perez at Spa can do the job. He's had some good qualifying sessions here in the past. Remember for Sauber here, he qualified in 3rd or 4th place 10 years ago. And even before India, or Racing Point, I think it was, he qualified 4th in the wet. Even though he was still out-qualified by his teammate that day. So, Perez, he can do a good lap and a great lap here at Spa, despite not having the best car and it being, tricky conditions. So Perez, he's got the capability, he's got the talent to be able to do it. And from Red Bull's point of view, obviously, they'll hope that they can do it. And I think, honestly, going into qualifying, I think Sergio Perez will qualify probably third behind Verstappen and Leclerc. And I think Sergio will start tomorrow's Grand Prix on pole position and be probably the clear favourite to win the race on Sunday as well. So, yeah, Red Bull, they've got the best car this weekend. I don't think there's any doubt about that. They just need to utilise it with Perez, really. They could probably still utilise it with Verstappen if Max has an amazing drive tomorrow from 14th or 15th on the grid. But it's Perez, really, they need to focus on. Because if they can get him leading the race comfortably tomorrow after starting the race from pole, then they would pretty much guarantee themselves a victory and would still have a great chance of getting a 1-2 in qualifying as well. Onto Ferrari. Ferrari's pace isn't terrible, but they are definitely the second slowest team this weekend. And if the technical directive is affecting any of the top teams, maybe it is affecting Ferrari more so than it is affecting Red Bull or Mercedes. So, yeah, Ferrari not looking great. They're not looking bad. Carlos, sorry, my throat is constantly cutting in and out. I think what I'm going to do quickly is have a drink because, my throat is just constantly going off. So I'm going to quickly do that, then I'll talk about Ferrari quickly, so just hold on a sec. Right, that hopefully should be a bit better now. Let's get into Ferrari. So yeah, not as quick as Red Bull. Not really a surprise. Even if the technical directive has affected them, even if we didn't have a technical directive for this weekend's Grand Prix, I don't think Ferrari would be as quick as Red Bull because this track simply suits the Red Bull car better because of the very high speed Sector 1 and Sector 3. Ferrari have tried to combat that with a slimmer rear wing, but in doing that, as I'll show before we get into qualifying, they then give away a lot of time in the middle sector, which is very important for lap time as well. So there's nothing really they can do. Red Bull just have overall a better car for the track, and Ferrari, if they're going to beat Red Bull in qualifying today and start the race on pole with Carlos Sainz and win the race tomorrow, I think really they're going to have to hope for driver errors or bad luck for Red Bull, really, for Ferrari to come out on top. Because I just don't see, if Red Bull keep it together and, do the job they've been doing all season, I just don't really see how Red Bull can be beaten this weekend, even though Verstappen will be starting from near the back of the grid. So yeah, it's going to be a difficult weekend for Ferrari. They don't have a great record, really, in qualifying at Spa over the last 15 years, as I'll get onto later with my stats regarding Ferrari in qualifying here at Spa. So yeah, I think Carlos will probably end up behind Perez because I think Perez, I think his lack of pace yesterday was more him just doing something different with his Friday practice program rather than him actually being, 1.8 seconds off the pace of his teammate. So yeah, I think Perez will be quicker than Sainz today, and I think Perez will start tomorrow's Grand Prix on pole. We'll see what Carlos can do, but yeah, I think Ferrari for this weekend just need to go out there, try their best, and hope for the best, really. I don't think they've got really the car to be planning, what they need to do at certain parts of the weekend to hold on to their advantage, because they obviously don't have one. Now going on to the Mercedes team, and yeah, from the technical directive, like I got into a few moments ago, we haven't seen anything so far to suggest that Mercedes are actually closer to Red Bull and Ferrari. maybe they're closer to Ferrari, and maybe that is due to the technical directive, but they are definitely not closer to Red Bull, and they are definitely, from what I have seen so far, they are definitely not going to be competing with Red Bull as, say, the quickest team on the grid. I just don't think they have the pace, and the reason they don't have the pace is obviously lack of straight line speed. Mercedes have suffered with that all season long. I mean, they're doing a lot better when it comes to that, but it's still an area they lack in compared to Red Bull and even Ferrari at times. Secondly, very cool temperatures here. So in qualifying, they can't really fire their tyres up enough to get as good of a lap as they could if they could fire their tyres up properly. And then I don't think the track, in terms of its layout, I don't think it necessarily suits Mercedes as much as other tracks will on the calendar. Not every corner here is high speed. The high speed corners is normally where Mercedes are at their best. There are quite a few high speed corners here, but not enough for Mercedes to be right on pace at the very front of the field. So really what Mercedes have got to do is qualify 5th and 6th behind, 2 Red Bulls, 2 Ferraris, and then that'll mean they'll start 3rd and 4th for the race on Sunday. And then, with the better race pace they have, if they're not too far off the pace of Perez and Sainz in qualifying, then they might be able to fight with them on Sunday for the win, with obviously Verstappen and Leclerc back in the pack. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, I don't really see anything major happening for Mercedes today. Obviously, I did say that going into qualifying in Hungary, and I was shown up to be an idiot. I think everybody was, to be honest, because I don't think anybody was expecting George Russell to actually get pole position in Hungary. And Mercedes, if Hamilton had not had his DRS issue, would have actually qualified 1st and 3rd probably in qualifying. So yeah, was great in Hungary, but I think the Hungaroring track honestly suits them better than this one does. So just kind of damage limitation I think they need to go for here in qualifying to set themselves up for what could still be a good race result. And I think they've still got a good chance of outscoring Ferrari in the Constructors, or for this weekend to, continue to close down that gap in the Constructors' Championship. So I don't think it'll be a bad weekend for Mercedes, but maybe not as good as certain people out there were hoping. But guys, let me know in the chat for Red Bull, Ferrari, and Mercedes, how do you think they will do in qualifying, beginning in just over 30 minutes time? And as well, give me in the chat for the next 30 minutes, or as soon as you can, give me your top 5 predictions for qualifying today. If you can, or if you want to, give me your top 10, but at least a top 5 would be good to hear from you guys. So let me know in the live chat how you think the top teams will get on today in qualifying. And now we'll move on to the midfield. McLaren next up. Lando Norris has looked pretty good so far in practice, but I don't think ultimately McLaren have the pace to really be much quicker than, say, we were expecting. I think when we get to qualifying, I think Alpine will be a lot better than we've seen so far in practice. And I think it will be, at best for McLaren, they'll be close to Alpine, but I don't think they'll be clearly the 4th quickest team in this session coming up. Lando Norris obviously will start at the back of the grid or near the back of the grid. So yeah, doesn't really matter what he does. He'll probably qualify 8th or 9th, to be honest. And then for Daniel Ricciardo, with all these penalties happening for Verstappen, Leclerc, Norris, Ocon, drivers that normally would out-qualify him, and maybe you could throw Valtteri Bottas into that as well, Ricciardo could actually end up starting tomorrow's Grand Prix from 7th or 8th on the grid, which would be pretty good for him. So, yeah, Ricciardo just needs to, I think, just do the best he can, qualify no lower than 12th, I think, and I think he'll have a good grid position for Sunday's Grand Prix. But I think the best I see for McLaren is probably 8th and 12th for the two drivers. Daniel Ricciardo does have a decent record here at Spa, but yeah, given what he's been like with McLaren, what do you call it? Given what he's been like with McLaren this season, I just don't really see that great pace happening from him. Anyway, let's get on to Alpine. And yes, so far this weekend, Alpine have not been really catching the headlines on track. They've been doing that off the track, and really they have been catching the headlines off the track for the last 4 weeks. But yeah, their car looks decently quick. They look as quick as McLaren at the absolute worst. I think they'll probably end up being quicker than McLaren, because I still think when it really matters, I think they'll have a better car, because Alpine have a lot better straight line speed than McLaren do, because McLaren, as we know, have probably still the draggiest car on the grid, which obviously at a high speed power track like Spa does affect you quite a bit. So yeah, I think Alpine will be the quicker team. Fernando Alonso, because he's not taking a penalty like Esteban Ocon is, Fernando will probably qualify in 7th and then start the race from P5 or P6 at the absolute worst for tomorrow's Grand Prix. And I think Fernando will probably have a good race as well. So yeah, looking very good for Alpine. And because it's Norris, the main driver for McLaren that is scoring the bulk of their points, that is taking the penalty, I don't think Alpine are going to be that bothered even if Norris was to outqualify both Alpines because of the penalty Norris is taking. So yeah, looking good for Alpine, and they look as though they're going to be probably getting both cars into Q3 by the looks of what their pace has been so far. And their car, I think, will prove to be just better suited to this track than it will for McLaren. So you can expect, if you are an Alpine fan, that, it'll be good for you, because, Alpine will pull away, most likely, in the Constructors' Championship of McLaren, I think, after this weekend. But if you're a McLaren fan, unfortunately, McLaren will continue to lose ground. Rook just saying in chat, you lost your on-screen countdown timer somehow? Well, it's still on screen, so I don't think it went away, unless it was a glitch on screen. If it went away, I must have accidentally clicked it or something. But, it's on screen now, and the time you see that it's remaining until qualifying, 27.5 minutes, is not the exact time we have left. It's approximate. I'm probably about 20 seconds off, but yeah, that's about the time we have left until qualifying does begin. Anyway, let's get into the rest of the midfield teams. And again, guys, let me know in the chat what you think the top 5 will be in qualifying today. And I'll get to your comments probably in about 10 minutes time or so. When I go to Alfa Romeo, not much to say about them. Their car's not been that quick this weekend, really. Yeah, they're not top 10 contenders really at all on pace. And obviously both drivers have penalties that will see them starting from the back of the grid. So there's nothing really to say about Alfa Romeo, who are just desperately now trying to cling on to 6th in the championship by hoping that Haas F1 don't score another, like 20, 30 points in the championship. So we'll go on to Haas instead. And Mick Schumacher also taking a grid penalty. Kevin Magnussen, though, is not. But unfortunately, the pace of the Haas is quite bad. With this new upgrade that has been in place for the Haas team since the Hungarian Grand Prix, which was the last Grand Prix before this weekend, Haas have not been any better with this upgrade. Both drivers now have the upgrade, by the way, and we haven't seen any indication that this upgrade is working. Maybe they need to try and find different ways to maximize it, but I'm not sure this has really been the upgrade they were hoping for Haas F1, which is a shame. So what we'll see with Magnussen is him probably qualifying, 15th or so. But because of the penalties, he'll probably start in like 12th or 13th place for the race. But I would be very surprised if Haas scored points tomorrow. And yeah, Haas, don't expect anything from them. Their car is quite poor. And it might be one of the slowest on the grid this weekend. So, yeah, not good whatsoever. We'll go on now to AlphaTauri. Looking a tad better than they were in Hungary. And Hungary, they were an absolute shower of shit. And were almost the slowest team on the grid last weekend. Or not last weekend, but, the last Grand Prix weekend we had. This weekend, not too bad. Maybe 7th or 8th quickest around there at the absolute. That's where they are at the absolute best, but they're still not really that competitive. The only positive is that both AlphaTauris do not have a penalty. So, yeah, they might be able to benefit from that. Because if they can out-qualify Magnussen and the 2 Williamses, then they will probably have both cars starting in quite good positions, like, 9th and 10th, 9th and 11th, or 10th and 11th, something like that. So, yeah, it might, with the penalty situation, might lead to a good race result overall for tomorrow, but the pace still with AlphaTauri overall just isn't really there for them to be properly competitive in your qualifying trim. Next up is Aston Martin. Both drivers for Aston Martin are also not taking a penalty. And it's been an interesting weekend for Aston Martin so far. We know, and I think I talked about this at the Hungarian Grand Prix, that they brought a rear wing upgrade to that Grand Prix to try and create more outwash and create more downforce for them. Didn't seem to work really in Hungary any more than any other upgrade they put on their car. And what do you call it? Yeah, it hasn't really seemed to improve the pace of the car that much. But yesterday, in a very, weird set of circumstances, this man on screen, Lance Stroll, finished 5th in practice 1 and then 4th in practice 2. So, do Aston Martin have the pace to be in the top 10 with Lance Stroll? Who knows? It would be great, really, if both drivers could be within the top 12, 13 on the grid, to be honest. That would be pretty good, I think, for Aston Martin. But given how they've been this season in qualifying, which has been 80% of the time pretty poor, I don't think we can really expect that to happen because, especially in the last few races, they've been really, really bad in qualifying. So, yeah, we'll see. Again, it was a shock, really, that pace from Stroll yesterday. And we haven't seen, so far, from what we saw in practice 3, we haven't seen an indication that they have still got that pace for today, for qualifying. So, we'll just have to see in qualifying whether they have the pace. But, again, like AlphaTauri, because of all the drivers that are taking penalties, if they can out-qualify Magnussen, the 2 Williamses, and maybe even get ahead of both AlphaTauris, they might have both cars starting in the top 10, Aston Martin, and we know their race pace is pretty good, so they would probably end up scoring a couple points, which would help them, obviously, in the Constructors' Championship. So, look out for Aston Martin. We'll see how they do. It would be great, honestly, if they could keep up what they did yesterday with Lance Stroll, because Aston Martin, as we know, have been very, very poor in 2022 compared to what we expected from them. So yeah, hopefully we see something a bit more like what we were expecting coming into this season. By the way, C. Smith, it is dry at Spa, just dry and overcast. There is no rain about, so yeah, the track's in pretty good condition, I'd say. And finally, we'll go on to Williams. Williams, Alex Albon has been pretty quick this weekend, so maybe he could start the race inside the top 10 if he gets a decent qualifying result. But, realistically, I still don't see Williams finishing in the points tomorrow. And I think the best really you're going to see today in qualifying is Albon probably qualifying 14th or 15th, and then Latifi getting knocked out in like 17th or 18th place. And then, they'll have a decent grid position still, but it won't be anything good enough to see them finish in the points. So, yeah, Williams, a lot quicker than, I was expecting for this weekend, but I still don't think they're quick enough to be, to be properly on the pace with, say, teams like Aston Martin and obviously McLaren and Alpine. Tomek asks, why all the penalties? A big reason is because around this time of year, this is where, people like to change power unit elements because I think the main reason is because you can overtake here at Spa. And if you're going to take a penalty for going to a new power unit or to a new hybrid system or whatever it may be, you want to do it at a circuit where you can overtake so you can not lose out as much by taking that penalty. Can't see any predictions in chat at the minute. Try and post them, guys, if you can, in the chat before we get into qualifying itself. What I am going to do quickly, I will quickly hide the timer because I'm going to get into a couple little bits now before we get into qualifying. But there is, 18 minutes or so to go, or 19 minutes to go until qualifying, so don't worry, we are not far away. I want to just quickly get into this. This is the sector time data from Practice 2 yesterday. By the way, credit to Lights Out F1 blog. This is where I found it on Twitter. And lightsoutblog.com. Make sure to go and check that out. Lights Out are a very good Twitter account or just social media presence for Formula 1 in terms of information. But I wanted to show this on Practice 2 because Practice 2 was the most representative session. I wanted to show this to show what the pace is looking like for qualifying from what we've seen so far. So Red Bull clearly the quickest team. You can see with the ideal lap on the far right, 0.8 of a second quicker than Ferrari in Practice 2. Just incredible pace. And even though I don't think the gap will be as big as that in qualifying, it will be a healthy gap between Red Bull and Ferrari. Mercedes, I think, will be the third quickest team. I don't think Mercedes were running as lower fuel as other teams were, which is why they were lacking pace yesterday. They are not going to be the fifth quickest team today or this weekend. There's absolutely no way that will be the case. Red Bull will be the quickest team, Ferrari second, Mercedes third. And then with McLaren and Alpine, it says McLaren with the ideal lap are 0.4 quicker, but that's only because McLaren with Norris were 0.4 of a second quicker than Alpine, I think, with Alonso in the final sector. In Sector 1, Alpine are quicker by 0.5, and then in Sector 2, McLaren are maybe 0.07 of a second quicker, I think, just about, or 0.06 of a second quicker. So in Sector 1 and Sector 2, both teams are pretty much level on pace. I'm not quite sure why Norris had such a good final sector. My guess is that he had a very good toe on his lap. That's the only thing I can think of as to why he had the best final sector out of anyone, and that McLaren did in Practice 2. So that's the reason I'm saying that I think McLaren and Alpine will be pretty much on equal pace, is because in Sector 1 and Sector 2 they are, and then Sector 3 is an anomaly, which I don't think we're going to see in qualifying coming up. And then after McLaren and Alpine, I think you'll probably have Aston Martin as the sixth quickest team, then probably AlphaTauri, and then Williams, Alfa Romeo, Haas as the three slowest teams. I think that's pretty much what it is looking like here at Spa. You can see Haas looking very, very slow. Slowest in all of the sectors they were yesterday, so not looking good at all for the Haas F1 team. But the pecking order, what I would say it is coming into qualifying is, again, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, and then I would go Alpine ahead of McLaren. So Alpine fourth, McLaren fifth, Aston Martin 6th, AlphaTauri 7th, Williams 8th, Alfa Romeo 9th, Haas 10th. I think that's what the pecking order is going into qualifying. But I'll quickly just show or get the timer up on screen again. And we've got 15 minutes to go now until qualifying begins. So guys, let me know in the chat, what are your predictions for qualifying today? And I'll make sure to answer your comments in the chat. Triband says that they think it will be Perez on pole, then Sainz, Russell, Hamilton, Norris. Astro Stevo says, I'd love to see a chaotic race where Ricciardo wins and Alonso and Vettel also end up on the podium. 10 finishes, Sefron gets points, including Latifi in 10th. Last still, but his only points of the year. Yeah, that'd be a mental race if that was to happen. And Astro Stevo gives his prediction for qualifying, which will be, in his opinion, probably Max on pole. But that's boring, so going to be wild and say Alonso will take pole for Alpine, Leclerc 2nd, Sainz 3rd, Perez 4th, Hamilton 5th, and Bottas will be high up on the grid as well, he reckons. Let me know if you agree with that in chat. Same as everybody else. Good username. Says Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, Sainz for the top 4. Latifi pole position, says Echo Trilogy. If Latifi got pole before the end of the season, I think that would be literally the biggest meme in Formula 1 history. And I don't think it'd be matched for a long, long time. To be honest, I'd say the biggest meme in F1 history is probably Ferrari, to be honest. Or at least it is for me. Let's see if I can find some of the comments in the chat here before we get into quali. Trivan says it's such a shame because Williams was one of my favourite teams and is arguably the second most innovative team behind Lotus. Yeah, you know, they were such a great team in the past. And, I mean, it wasn't even, what was it, 8 years ago, 9 years ago? Not 9 years ago. It's about 7 or 8 years ago where they were a top team. They were one of the top 3 teams in Formula 1. And then, what? In 2015, they finished 3rd in the championship. 3 years later, they were last. It just shows, you know, how dramatic the downfall has been. And the reason they sunk so low is because Claire Williams just finished them off, basically, because she had no idea what she was doing in that team. She had absolutely not Scooby-Doo what she knew, what she was doing. She was not fit to be team principal. I just don't think she really had the nous, I guess you could say, to guide Williams into a positive direction or keep Williams in a positive state. So, yeah. And thankfully, the Williams family did sell the Williams team. I know, you know, it is sad that the Williams family sold the team, but they were the thing holding it back. So they've made the first step, Williams, but the next step is selling it to someone who actually has a vision for the team rather than just owning it for the sake of owning it, which is what their current owners, Doralton Capital, basically do. But I'll go back onto these pictures. Obviously, these will be the pictures you'll be seeing during the watch-along itself. Prank says, did you get my email? If you're talking to me, well, let me look in my email inbox. You must be talking to someone else, I'm guessing, because I haven't got any emails. And let me see if I can find On the comments. Triban says Zach Speed is Sigma. Yeah, Zach Speed, what team they were. Brabham says probably another couple weeks till we hear about the Alpine seat. Yeah, true. Which is a shame. It'd be nice, really, if we could get this Alpine situation wrapped up. But, yeah, it's going to drag on for a bit more. Let's see if I can find some of the comments here in the chat. Ryban also says Stroll is actually a sound driver this year, apart from Baku. I don't think Stroll has been as bad as people think. I think the car being as bad as it has been hasn't helped. I mean, Sebastian Vettel, I think, has had a very good season, and not been that far away, honestly, from his peak of what he can do, talent-wise. But this Aston Martin car is just so bad. And Aston Martin, whether it be this year or even last year, to be honest, just haven't given Vettel and Stroll a car good enough to be a team that's running at the front of the midfield, which is really where they should be. What are your thoughts on Red Bull's new game video? Says Echo Trilogy, or asks. I have absolutely no idea. Prank says no Chaz F1 memes. Let's see if I can find some of the comments here before we get into the session. Just scrolling up to see what we can see. Astro Stevo, yeah, says got a good feeling for Bottas this weekend. Type that before Chaz has said. Both will be starting last on the grid. And Prank asks, anyone heard any news on Daniel's seat next year? IndyCar guys here in America think he is coming to Indy, and they know he turned down Brown's Indy offer. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, because I didn't actually mention this when I talked about Daniel Ricciardo's, his departure being announced from McLaren. Qualifying, it's just been announced, the start of qualifying will be delayed. Track repairs. They're repairing the Arco barrier at, where is that? Oh, that fucking sucks. Couldn't they have... When did they notice that? That must have happened in the Porsche Super Cup race. Someone must have smashed into the Arco there. Oh, that's annoying. So, yeah, qualifying is delayed. So, yeah. Let me just quickly look on Twitter to see if there's any news as to when the session will start. So, Chris Medlin tweeted this, that a crash right at the end of the Porsche Super Cup qualifying has left a big dent in the Armco on the entry to the Fagnes chicane, which is where Charles Leclerc had his spin and kind of accident in practice 3, and that's why qualifying is delayed. We don't know how long, though. Probably be 10 to 15 minutes, I'd imagine, but this is really fucking annoying, I've got to say. So, yeah, do bear with us, guys. They said 35-minute delay. I've not seen anything about a 35-minute delay. Chris Medlin did say on Twitter that it needed repairing in under 35 minutes before qualifying, but I haven't seen anything confirming a 35-minute delay. the qualifying beginning. So, hold on. Let me just do this quick. I'll replace that, obviously. I'll just quickly put delayed. So, if you're just joining us, qualifying, the start of qualifying has been delayed. As soon as we know when it's supposed to start, I will let you guys know. But I'm just looking at Twitter. Apparently delayed. I'm hearing people saying delayed by 10 minutes. But again, no confirmation on that. I'm hoping it's only 10 minutes because, you know, we don't want to be waiting forever. As the F1 intro is playing, by the way, but obviously the session will not be starting on time. So I'm just looking at Twitter at the minute, guys, just to see when the session will be beginning. Let me know in chat again if you haven't already. Let me know. What do you think is going to happen in qualifying? Who do you think is getting pole, finishing second, third, fourth, fifth, and give me your top 10 if you want for qualifying, and I'll make sure to read out your comments as well. Brooke says, well, at least it's not raining hard, Chazza. Do not remind me of that. Fucking hell. God, that was a nightmare last year. What was it, 3.5 hours? Yeah, 3.5, 4 hours. That was literally a nightmare. Then we had this in we had a delay to qualifying a few races ago, didn't we? Was it Baku? I think. I think it might have been Baku where there was like a 15-minute delay because they had to repair a barrier. And just seeing a replay on Twitter of the crash into the Armco, and yeah, definitely left a dent. In the barrier, and that was unfortunately at the very end of the session. By the way, so you guys know, the tyres for this weekend's Grand Prix are the C4, C3, and C2. So we have the second softest compound. The air temperature only 15 degrees Celsius. Track temperature only 20 degrees Celsius. And that will hurt Mercedes a lot because of their inability to warm their tyres up enough for a qualifying lap. So, yeah, that's going to affect them. But if you're just joining us, again, qualifying is delayed because they are repairing the Armco barrier at the Fania chicane, which is towards the end of the lap. And we don't, again, I still have not seen official confirmation as to what type of delay there is. Let me just look on Twitter again. Just trying to see if there's anything. Yeah, can't see anything. And I think that someone did mention actually that yeah, there was a big crash in the F3 sprint race earlier. 2 cars going into the barriers on the exit of Blanchimont. Thankfully, though, there was that gravel trap there, because if it wasn't there, then they would have gone in harder and may have been a more serious incident. Just trying to see again what's going on. But yeah, can't see anything at the moment. Gotta say, this has not been communicated very well by the FIA, because it's just the start of qualifying will be delayed. Surely they could give us an approximate as to when they expect to get the session underway, because you know, we all have PTSD from last season, so we don't want to be sat here waiting for something that may never happen. Just looking on Twitter, and again, I can't see anything. It just says they're still repairing it. It looks as though it's almost fully repaired, so shouldn't be too long. It should only be another, I'm hoping, 10 to 15 minutes to repair that barrier. So, yeah. As soon as it announced when qualifying will be getting underway, I will begin the countdown on screen. So, don't worry, guys. I will keep you up to date. And whilst we're waiting, I just want to say that if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because I do qualifying and race watch-alongs for F3 race in 2022. And well, they're going to show when the session will be getting underway then. And as well, for everyone watching, don't forget to smash the like button to this video and channel everywhere you can. As I think one of the race directors may have just been delivered back to the pits, maybe. After what is maybe seems the Armco barrier repair. But yeah, just trying to see if there's any news, but I literally cannot see any news at the moment. Ari, what happened? I was gone for a bit. Yeah, qualifying should have started 2 minutes ago, but it's been delayed because of track repairs. So yeah. We haven't been given, unfortunately, a start time for qualifying as of yet. A lot of people on Twitter are saying probably be 15 minutes, which, I mean, wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, hopefully not too long, because we don't want to be here forever like we were, like we were last year. As I can see, Charles Leclerc there is already in his car, ready for qualifying. And let me have a look, further look, to see if there's anything. No, can't see any news at the moment in regards to when the session is going to get underway. Oh, McLaren 10 minutes ago posted something saying, message from race control that the start of qualifying will be delayed. The messaging system isn't displaying start time, but McLaren are expecting a 15-minute hold. So, yeah. Maybe, again, that's not confirmation, but if they are correct, then we will be underway in 10 minutes time. Brabham says, or asks, Chaz, who is going to be the next world champion apart from Max? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean like who's going to be the next new world champion, or just the next world champion that won't be Max Verstappen? If it's just the next one that won't be Max Verstappen, my prediction is still that Mercedes next season will bounce back and that Lewis Hamilton will be world champion next year. And I think Lewis will win his 8th title and then retire from Formula One. Other than Lewis, though, the only other driver I could see is Charles Leclerc, but only if he moves to, say, Mercedes to replace Hamilton in a couple years from now. That's the only other driver I could see. But I think Verstappen, obviously his contract ends in 2028. I think Verstappen will win. Obviously, he's going to win this year. He'll probably win another couple before 2026, say in 2024, 2025. And then probably win one more in between 2026 and the end of 2028. So, yeah. The next few years should be the Max Verstappen show, really. Because if Lewis Hamilton does retire at the end of next year, then Max will be the absolute best driver in Formula One, without a shadow of doubt. People saying in chat, Russell. Yeah, Russell could. Again, though, it does depend on, let's say Lewis Hamilton retires at the end of next season, does depend on who Mercedes for the long term decide to replace Hamilton with. Do they replace him with Ocon, Gasly to be like a number 2 driver to Russell, or do they replace Hamilton with a driver of like equal or equalish footing, like a Leclerc or even a Lando Norris? We'll have to see. It will depend on that. I mean, who's better out of Charles Leclerc and George Russell? I think this season I'd probably put Russell ahead of Leclerc, but it's very close, I think, between Russell and Leclerc. But I think considering Russell is still developing, and really, obviously, this is the first season in which Russell has been in a properly competitive car, I think there's a good chance that Russell, in a couple of years, we could be saying that Russell is one of the top 3 best drivers in Formula One. You could make the argument now that he is, but yeah. Leclerc can win the championship this year. Well, obviously not. You think Alonso Aston has made a bad choice of getting the Aston Martin seat? The thing is, with Fernando, at the end of the day, his goal is to get into a front-running car. He's not going to be signed by Ferrari, Mercedes, or Red Bull. That's not going to happen. Those 3 teams are completely out of play for him. So he needs to hope that one of the current midfield teams becomes a front-running team. And the only teams that I think have the potential to do that are probably McLaren, Aston Martin, and probably Alpine as well. So, and I'd say Aston Martin have more potential to become a front-running team than Alpine. So, what he's doing is, he is going to Aston Martin and gambling that Aston Martin will become a front-running team in 2-3 years' time. Aston Martin are in what do you call it? I think from next year, or I think from now, they have, all those Mercedes and Red Bull engineers that they hired. They're going to be, I think they already are now working for the Aston Martin team, and they, will be able to design next year's cars. So if they're going to have that big effect, then it should start to come into play in the next couple of years. But yeah, it's more of a hopeful move, I think. Yeah, still session start qualifying is still delayed. No sign as to when the session will be getting going. Does not look like it's going to be a 15-minute delay. Looks as though, because it's already been 10 minutes, so it's probably going to be another 10 minutes at least. Probably another 15, to be honest. L Plan just died. Thoughts on Audi? Asks Echo Trilogy. Yeah, very excited. The only thing that's a bit disappointing is they are only going to be a power unit manufacturer. I was hoping they would be kind of like BMW were to Sauber back in the day, which was more than just a engine manufacturer. They were also basically the BMW F1 team. Yeah, very excited. I think they've got a good chance of helping Sauber become something more than they've been in the last few years, as Alfa Romeo. And yeah, we'll see what happens. And one thing I will say is if Audi in 2026 turn up with a power unit that is already very competitive and good, then a lot of midfield teams, I think, will start clamoring to get a hold of that Audi power unit. And obviously there are rumours that Porsche they will be supplying Red Bull from 2026, which looks almost certain that is going to happen. Just to confirm, Watchalong means you're going to show us a qualifying live, right? No, that's not what Watchalong means. Watchalong means me and you guys watch along the session. I'm not showing the session, and it does say in my description we are not showing the session. They have just announced the start of qualifying is in 14 minutes time, or actually it'll be 13 minutes time. So 13 minutes now until we get going. So hold on a sec. Let me just get the countdown on screen, and there you go. We have, guys, 13 minutes to go until qualifying begins, as the Armco barrier is now pretty much fixed. I mean, obviously, I would like to show the session, but I would literally be copyright striked to hell. So obviously, I'm not going to do that. Let me just look at some comments in the chat quick, including a couple of the comments that Rook has just hidden. Such as Keith saying, have to cut the volume down, cannot stand your fucking voice. Well, you can always just, fuck off. And then who's the other guy? Demolition saying, on the channel on which F1 comes here is showing a fucking soccer match. Does anyone know what time the race starts? Chicago time? Asks Kale Kiefer. Well, the race tomorrow starts at 2 p.m. UK time, so Chicago is Chicago 6 hours behind us? If that's the case, I think it is, isn't it? Because Chicago's in the Midwest, so Chicago be what 8 a.m. UK time, 8 a.m. Chicago time, I think. But yeah, 11 minutes to go until qualifying, guys. Let me know in the chat, what do you think is going to happen in qualifying now that we know when qualifying will be getting underway. C. Smith says, more manufacturers, the better. Love seeing all the new cars for ISMA. Yeah, it's great. And hopefully we get Andretti on the grid in the next few years as the 11th F1 team. And then if we can get a couple more teams on the grid, because obviously you're only allowed to have 26 cars on the grid total, which would be 13 teams, that would be great and would add to the competition. Let me just look in chat to see what you guys are saying. Qualifying, if you're wondering, was delayed due to a barrier having damage, but the session will be underway in about 10 minutes or so from now. Prank says, yes, race 8 a.m. Chicago time, 11 p.m. Melbourne time. By the way, talking of Melbourne, my co-commentator Niblo, I haven't asked him yet whether he'll be available for tomorrow. My guess is that he will, but I don't know. Because obviously with... and yes, by the way, I will watch along the race tomorrow to answer the person in chat who just asked. Yeah, we'll be doing this tomorrow as well, which I cannot wait for. Yeah. With him obviously living in a much different time zone, I'm obviously going to be unsure of, like, you know, what he's up to. So I'll ask him after tonight's, or not tonight's, today's stream, whether he can come on, and then I'll let you guys know tomorrow. And a reminder before we get into qualifying, that yeah, tomorrow I will go live at 12 p.m. UK time. That's 2 hours before the race begins, and we'll be doing a race preview till 1:30 p.m. For an hour and a half. Then from 1:30 till 4 p.m. UK time will be the race watch-along part of the day, and the race obviously starts at 2 p.m. UK time. And then for an hour after the race finishes, I'll be live still to do a race reaction. So if you are new to the channel, don't forget to come along to that tomorrow. Another question for the online paddock. This tri-band, that's a good way to put it. What is your favourite Spa race of all time? Mine is 2000 and... Wait, would it be a 2000 race? It'd have to be 1998 because of just what happened in that race. Another worthy mention is probably 2008. That was a great Grand Prix that weekend. 2010 as well was another great one. 2012. As of recent memory, we haven't had a classic Belgian Grand Prix in a while, but I thought the 2016 race was very good, where we had Hamilton and Alonso coming through from the back of the field, and a very mixed up field as well. So, yeah. That was a pretty good Grand Prix, but I think with the penalties we have until, or have for tomorrow, I think, what do you call it? I think we're going to have a pretty good Grand Prix tomorrow. Just going to quickly look on Twitter to see if there is any new news. Can't see anything. Gunter is a good laugh for the McLaren, for the pit wall. Talk on Sky, yeah. He's a good guy to talk to, and definitely a right old laugh. Anyway, I'm going to quickly mute my microphone because I need to have a quick drink to clear my throat a bit, because it is a bit sore. Obviously, I haven't done these long streams for a few weeks because we have had the summer break. I'm gonna quickly do that, and then I'll get into some final stats and stuff before we get into qualifying, and then obviously we'll get into qualifying. So keep your comments coming, guys, in the live chat. Right, so that should be okay for my throat for the next few minutes. Anyway, let's get into the final bit of this build-up. I'll just hide that for the moment. Let's get into some stats regarding the top teams and how they've done historically here at Spa. The Red Bull, Max Verstappen has taken one pole position, here at Spa from 2021 last year. A great pole position. It was in very wet conditions. Red Bull have taken pole 3 times at the Belgian Grand Prix, obviously with Verstappen in 2021, but also with Sebastian Vettel in 2011 and Mark Webber in 2010, and Red Bull have taken 30% of the pole positions on offer in 2022. Not a great record in 2022 when it comes to qualifying, but obviously the race is where the points are scored mostly in 2022, so they haven't really had to be that great on a Saturday, but they're looking very good here at Spa. For Ferrari and Charles Leclerc, Leclerc has a pole position here at Spa from 2019. Obviously, that was the weekend where he won his first ever Grand Prix. Ferrari, though, with that pole position from Leclerc in 2019, that is their only pole position at Spa since 2008. It's been a bad record here in qualifying since then, and there's plenty of qualifying sessions we've had since 2008 where Ferrari have not even been inside the top 3 on the grid or in qualifying. So, yeah, it's never been a great place in qualifying for the Ferrari team. And, well, despite that, this season in 2022, they have had the best share of pole positions. They've taken 61% of pole positions on offer in 2022. So, yeah, despite being so good this season when it comes to qualifying, around this track, historically, it's not been a great place for them. And finally, for Mercedes, and not just Mercedes, but Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton has a great record here at Spa. He has taken 6 pole positions at Spa since 2008. Only one of them came from McLaren in 2008, and the other 5 were for Mercedes. Mercedes also have a great record here. They have taken pole at Spa every year since 2013, except for 2019 and 2021. They've dominated on a Saturday here at Spa for pretty much the last 10 years. And Lewis Hamilton, if you just want to know, his last pole position in Formula 1 was in Saudi Arabia in 2021, about 14-15 races ago. That's the longest run I think he's gone without a pole position in Formula 1 since the 2010/11 season. So, yeah, been a while for Lewis Hamilton, considering he is quite possibly the greatest qualifier of all time. And finally, before we get into this qualifying session coming up, let me get into the championship standings to remind you guys of what the standings are looking like going into this very important qualifying session here at Spa, as we have 3.5 minutes to go, by the way, until we get underway for qualifying. On the driver's side, Max Verstappen leading by 80 points. The Drivers' Championship is, well, completely wrapped up, and there is now a massive fight for second in the championship with Sergio Perez 5 points behind Charles Leclerc for second. Russell is 4th, just ahead of Carlos Sainz in 5th, with Lewis Hamilton in 6th, and then the rest of the top 10. Lando Norris in 7th, Esteban Ocon 8th, Valtteri Bottas 9th, and Fernando Alonso in 10th. Wouldn't be surprised at all if Alonso overtook Bottas in the driver's standings after this weekend. And then for the Constructors' Championship, Red Bull leading by almost 100 points, and they also have the Constructors' Championship wrapped up for 2022. Ferrari's aim is to ward off Mercedes behind, who are in 3rd, only 30 points behind Ferrari. And with Leclerc taking a penalty, there is a good chance that Mercedes could take a big chunk out of Ferrari's lead over them in the Constructors' table. Alpine currently in 4th place, 4 points clear of McLaren. In 5th, Alfa Romeo in 6th, who haven't scored a point since Canada, which was, 2 months ago now. Haas are in 7th place, not too far behind, 17 points behind, but considering they're not that quick, it might just be a bit too far for them to reach up to Alfa Romeo. Alfa Tauri are 8th, Aston Martin are 9th, and Williams are 10th. And if Aston Martin have a good qualifying and can start the race in a high position and get a couple points, then maybe they could grab 8th in the championship before the end of the season. But let me just quickly show on screen how long there is left. I'll get the timer up in a few seconds or so. We are about 1 minute 20 seconds away So I may as well just put it up as a minute to go for what do you call it? No, not that. Not 13 minutes to go. 1 minute. I'll just quickly put that. So yeah, we've got about a minute left, guys, until qualifying begins. Get ready for what's going to be an exciting session here at Spa. And, well, normally is very exciting here at Spa. As, to be honest, because we're entering the final 40 seconds, I think we're going to hide the timer because I need to get my stuff ready quickly. So, let me just get rid of this stuff. And get that up. By the way, this on the left-hand side is the running order from practice 3. And Q1 is, if you don't know, an 18-minute long session. And I will get the timer going in a moment because we are 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there you go. We have 18 minutes to go in Q1. And guys, qualifying officially has begun at Spa. And the first car on track, on the medium compound tyres, interestingly, is Nicholas Latifi. And what I'm going to quickly do is get my dotted line thing out so you guys can see where the cutoff zone is on the far left-hand side of the screen. So let me just do that quickly and display it properly as well. Let me make it a bit bigger actually. As yeah, Latifi, the only car on track right now, and again, I don't know why he's on the medium tyre because it's qualifying. It's supposed to be on the soft, really. And in these temperatures, I don't know why you would be out there on the medium, but you can see on the left-hand side of my screen, there's a dotted line there in between Bottas and Stroll. Anyone below that line, obviously, at the end of Q1 will be out in those positions. As Max Verstappen, we're looking at, he's still in the garage, and so are the Ferraris, and no sign they're coming out as of yet. They won't want to leave it too long, though, because, I mean, we do see sometimes in qualifying where drivers keep going around, pounding around, and doing quicker and quicker laps. At Spa, that is harder to do, because it is, I mean, what, 1 minute 43/44, or even 1 minute 45 for a lap here at Spa. So, you know, you can't do as many laps as you would ideally want to at a track like this. As Nicholas Latifi comes back in to the pit. So, no idea why Williams did what they did. Why just waste a run? Unless he's got a penalty as well. But I don't think Latifi has a grid penalty. Pretty sure Latifi doesn't have a grid penalty. I'll have a quick look, but I'm pretty sure Latifi is okay. Mick Schumacher does, and Mick Schumacher is now the only man on track on the soft compound tyre. Let me just quickly have a look to see if Latifi does have a penalty. Maybe that's why he went out on the medium. No, Latifi does have a penalty, so no idea what Williams are doing there. Absolutely no idea. Very strange. Anyway, Mick Schumacher has begun his lap, and he's already exited turn 1. Now coming into Eau Rouge and Radion. Great, by the way, that they put a grandstand there, so the fans can view that corner in all of its glory. As Mick Schumacher now onto the Kemmel Straight. And we've now got a few more drivers on track. Kevin Magnussen, Sergio Perez, George Russell, and Lewis Hamilton. And now here come the two Ferraris of Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. And yeah, we'll see what Mick does for a lap time here. I think the quickest time that Haas were doing yesterday was a 1:47, I think it was. Maybe a late 46, I think they were maybe doing. Well, actually, no, I think it was a 1:46. I think it wasn't quite that slow. Because I know Verstappen was doing a mid 1:43. So, yeah. We'll see what this time is for Mick and how good it is. But he's pushing hard. Doesn't look as though he's backing off, even though he's going to start most likely at the back of the field. And when I say at the back, I mean at the very back, because obviously he will be starting towards the back anyway, no matter what he does in this session. And pretty much everyone on track now, except for Alex Albon, Yuki Tsunoda, Daniel Ricciardo, and Pierre Gasly. As Mick Schumacher comes to the line and does a 1:47.9, which is not that good, to be honest. That'll be beaten easily by not just obviously the top teams, but the midfield teams as well. But Mick Schumacher at the moment is in P1. And now we're looking at Lewis Hamilton, who is just coming to the end of his outlap. And Hamilton now begins his first qualifying lap. And the quickest times Mercedes were doing yesterday were, I think, a 1:45. I think a low 1:45. So that's what we need to look at here in Q1. As also Sergio Perez, George Russell, and Kevin Magnussen have begun a lap. So let's see what Hamilton does for the first sector compared to Mick Schumacher and how hard they're pushing. And only slightly up on Mick Schumacher, 0.04 of a second. Russell about half a tenth quicker than Hamilton in sector 1. So maybe Russell is running slightly less downforce than Lewis, but I think Sergio Perez has now done a purple first sector, which is not a surprise because the Red Bull is the quickest car in a straight line, which is a big reason why Red Bull are where they are in the championship. As Lewis Hamilton comes into the Fania chicane. And car looks good, but nothing special. Nothing amazing, really. And he's 1 second up on Mick Schumacher now after the first two sectors. Russell 1.2 up. The Russell is going to go quicker than Lewis Hamilton here. And Russell, Sergio Perez, way quicker than the two Mercedes. Perez, about 0.8 of a second quicker than the two Mercedes cars so far on his lap. As Lewis Hamilton exits the final corner. And Lewis Hamilton does a 1:46.7. And now Russell goes quickest on a 1:46.2, which is, again, not great. That's not a great lap time. Sergio Perez, though, does a decent first attempt of a 1:45.3, which is almost a second quicker than Russell. Charles Leclerc goes second for Ferrari, a couple tenths of a second slower than Perez. Lando Norris goes third for McLaren. And now Carlos Sainz goes quickest on a 1:45.0. And here comes Max Verstappen, who did a purple first sector, and he does go quickest by almost half a second onto a 1:44.5. A reminder, his quickest lap from yesterday was a 1:43.5. Pretty sure it's a 1:43.5. So the top teams, they're not running slowly, but they're not running as quickly as you'll see in Q2 or Q3. They've got a lot to... as Russell said, super dangerous from Tsunoda. Tsunoda did nothing dangerous. I don't know what he was talking about there, honestly. Anyway, let's continue on with the session. So it's Verstappen, Sainz, Perez, Leclerc, your top four. Ocon is now 5th for Alpine, as Ricciardo goes 8th for McLaren. Ocon is 5th. Alonso is 6th. And then it is Pierre Gasly in P7, with Ricciardo in 8th, Norris 9th, and then Russell in 10th. That is your top 10 currently in Q1. And then Alex Albon is P11, with Vettel 12th, Magnussen is 13th, and then it's Tsunoda in 14th place. Lewis Hamilton only 15th. Poor lap so far from Hamilton. And then it is in the drop zone, Lance Stroll in 16th place. Latifi 17th. Schumacher in 18th. And then Zhou 19th and Bottas in 20th. As the two Mercedes are going for another run, Russell has not improved his first sector. Lewis Hamilton has. We'll see what they can do. As Russell coming through, I think Malmedy, that corner is. As, he was very quick through the left-hand turn 9. Down to Pouon, turn 10. And looking quick. I'm sure the Mercedes in that corner is probably the best handling out there. Because really, it only goes or handles well as a front-running car in the fast, high-speed corners. As Lewis Hamilton is still, I think, on a better lap. And, he's still 1.2 seconds off the pace compared to Max Verstappen. So he will probably, Hamilton, go 5th with this lap, and Russell will probably go up to 5th or 6th as well. So let's put Mercedes in a decent position. Russell is a bit wide, quite a bit wide through the first part of the bus stop chicane. Russell comes to the line, and stays 10th. Lewis Hamilton, though, surely improves by quite a bit. Well, he doesn't. Lost a lot of time in that final sector. And Lewis Hamilton, only 11th. 10th and 11th for Mercedes. Technical directive, what? We all heard, didn't we, coming into this Grand Prix, about how the technical directive was going to put Mercedes on, maybe not quite on par with Red Bull and Ferrari, but we're going to put them closer. Still yet to see any evidence when it comes to that. And I think, again, what we're seeing here is, is we're seeing, because of how cold the track temperature is, only 20 degrees Celsius, which is quite cold for what it normally is at an F1 race. That really is affecting the pace of the Mercedes in qualifying. So, going to be a tricky session. And they just need to try, if they can, get 5th and 6th, really, in this, in qualifying today. But with 5.5 minutes to go, in the drop zone, needing, obviously, to get out, Lance Stroll, Nicholas Latifi, Mick Schumacher, Zhou Guanyu, and Valtteri Bottas. I'm just going to quickly mute my microphone because I need to move something that's in the way of my TV that's kind of blocking the screen a bit. So I'll just be back in a second, guys. There's nothing going on at the minute, so don't worry. And I am back. And, the two Alfa Romeos, who are 19th and 20th, haven't really done a competitive lap time. I mean, they have, but it's not really that quick. I mean, Valtteri Bottas is 1.1 seconds slower than Tsunoda in 15th. So, yeah, with Alfa Romeo, both cars starting at the back of the field, they don't really need to do anything in qualifying here, do they? So, this might not be the most exciting end to Q1, because obviously Schumacher, Zhou, and Bottas will all start from the back anyway. So, yeah. But Lance Stroll now comes out, and obviously Stroll doesn't have a penalty, and he does need to get out, and so does Nicholas Latifi, also doesn't have a penalty. Triband, why are Mercedes struggling with tyre temperatures? Simply because their car is designed in a way that doesn't heat the tyres up enough. I think through the axle of their, the suspension and all of that. I think it's just, they just can't. The way the car's designed, it's actually a hallmark of James Allison designs, because normally James Allison cars very good at looking after their tyres in a race, but in qualifying they do tend to struggle, James Allison cars, at warming the tyres up and being at their absolute peak in qualifying, because Lotus, when he was the designer there 10 years ago, had the same problem. They couldn't fire the tyres up as much as, say, McLaren or Mercedes or Red Bull could at the time, and that's why in qualifying they weren't that great that year. But in the race, they were able to keep their tyres in a good temperature window and not overheat them, and always get very good race results. Same with Ferrari when he took over as designer for 2015, pretty much. Or 2014, 15, and 16. And then it's been really the case with Mercedes as well. So, yeah, it's a James Allison hallmark. And to be honest, if Mercedes can get a decent result here in qualifying, considering Verstappen and Leclerc's penalties, it might not be too bad for the race tomorrow. One thing I will say, though, is nobody will want to be starting on the hard compound tyre tomorrow unless it seriously warms up. Saying that, Ferrari will probably start the race on that tyre. By the way, thank you to G Walker in the chat. Great to see you. Paul James Squibbs. Okay, why are Aston Martin good in practice yet terrible in qualifying? Do all the other teams sandbag in practice? Maybe Aston Martin just show a bit more of their hand too early. Who knows? I know they also, Aston Martin, have a bit of drag on their car, which has hurt their straight line speed this season. But yeah, they've not been really that competitive in qualifying. But let's see, with just over a minute to go, whether Lance Stroll can get into Q2, who, as Russell says, it's spitting with rain through Eau Rouge. So, might be a further twist yet, as Stroll does his normal, very nervous wheel twitching. If you watch his onboard, if you're watching the session at the minute, he likes to move the steering wheel around way more than other drivers. A very nervous-looking driving style, but it works for him. As Mick Schumacher, who's currently in the drop zone, has done a very good first sector, 0.2 of a second quicker than Tsunoda. As Stroll has not done a great first sector, but it's the middle sector really where you gain a real good amount of time for your qualifying effort, and he's doing well enough at the moment. He is 3.5 of a second up on Yuki Tsunoda. Mick Schumacher so far on his lap is half a second quicker than Tsunoda, and Bottas 0.6 up on Tsunoda. So those three, Stroll, Schumacher, Bottas, all doing good enough to get into the next part of qualifying. The checkered flag now flies. Who is going to get knocked out here in Q1? Let's see. Lance Stroll comes to the line and goes up to P10. Does Stroll. The Stroll up to 10th. Mick Schumacher goes 13th for the Haas team, as Zhou Guanyu goes from P19 all the way up to P7. Bottas has backed off on his lap and is out. Sebastian Vettel I think has just about got himself into Q2 for now. As, the AlphaTauri there of Tsunoda locks up into the bus stop chicane, jumps the chicane, and he is out of qualifying in what's going to be 19th place by the looks of it. And Kevin Magnussen is out in 18th place, and we've got now Albon and Latifi 16th and 17th. Albon is still on a lap. Lewis Hamilton goes 5th for the Mercedes team. Alex Albon goes 6th for Williams. What a lap by the Williams driver. And no sign of Nicholas Latifi and whether he's improving. And I think Latifi might be out of qualifying here. And yep, I believe he is. We'll await official confirmation in a moment. But let me just correct the order for how it actually finished in Q1. As Russell ended up in 5th, Albon was 6th, Hamilton 7th, and then it was Norris in 8th place, and then Ocon 9th, Alonso 10th, Zhou 11th, then Gasly, Ricciardo, Stroll, and Schumacher. As Q2, they've just announced will start in 4 minutes' time. And yeah, confirmation pretty much. The knocked out guys in Q1, Sebastian Vettel yet again in 2022 knocked out in the first part of qualifying. Aston Martin still very slow on a Saturday. So he is out in Q1. Nicholas Latifi, Kevin Magnussen, Yuki Tsunoda, and Valtteri Bottas are your drivers knocked out in qualifying 1. And Q2 will be underway, like I said, in 4 minutes' time. Probably about 3.5 minutes now. Let me just quickly get a couple things ready. For Q2. Q2, 15 minutes, of course. The session duration. I'll sync the timer up at the 14-minute mark once we get into Q2. I'll just get another dotted line out to illustrate what the cutoff zone is for Q2. I'll just quickly do that. Let me know, guys, if you're surprised by Sebastian Vettel getting knocked out there in Q1. Yeah, that's good enough. So, obviously, if you are into Formula 1, anyone in between those two dotted lines, which is, at the moment, Zhou, Gasly, Ricciardo, Stroll, Schumacher. If you finish that way at the end of Q2, those drivers have been knocked out in those positions. Just want to quickly say the drivers that are into Q2, so you guys know. So, Verstappen, Sainz, Perez, Leclerc, Russell, Albon, Hamilton, Norris, Ocon, Alonso, Zhou, Gasly, Ricciardo, Stroll, and Schumacher. Those are the drivers in to Q2. Just so you know. And I'll quickly say, before we move on with the rest of qualifying, anyone who is watching who's new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because I do watch along to every qualifying and race in 2022. Bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe right there. And as well, for everyone watching right now, if you haven't smashed the like button yet, then make sure to do so. It would be great if you could. And if you could as well, make sure to share this video and channel everywhere you can. But, yeah, we are a couple minutes away from getting underway. Sky F1 currently on their ad break. I've got to be honest, I mean, it's not a massive surprise given the weekend so far that Alex Albon is into Q2. But to go up to 6th place, that was an incredible effort from Albon. You never know. Obviously, Russell and the Williams did an amazing job last year. I'm not sure Albon's going to put it on the front row, but you never know. He could end up getting into Q3 if he keeps that pace up, as Q2 starts in 1 minute and 25 seconds. If they keep that timer up on screen on the broadcast, then I may as well sync up the timer for the 15-minute mark. So, yeah, only a minute, just over a minute to go, guys, until we get underway. And let me know in chat, who do you think will get knocked out in Q2? What do you call it? I was just distracted by a comment there in chat. Gloves On says, thanks for not making this all about you like the other guys. Says Gloves On. Not 100% sure what you mean by that, but appreciated. For, you know, I appreciate your compliment. But yeah, in terms of who's going to get knocked out in Q2, Alex Albon I think will, because I just don't think the Williams will have enough pace. And probably Schumacher for sure. Ricciardo probably. Yeah, I think Zhou, Ricciardo, Albon, Schumacher, and then maybe maybe Stroll as well. We'll see. It's going to be close, though. It's going to be very close. Dane Chat asks, Chad, since there are a lot of penalties, where would K-Mag start? If this was the final finishing order for qualifying, as it says on my screen, by the way, I've missed the syncing up point, so I'll make sure to do that at the 14-minute mark for you guys. So don't worry about that. If the order, which it is on the left-hand side of the screen, if it finished that way in qualifying, then Magnussen would start in, where would he start? 17th, 16th, 15th, 14th. He would start in P12, I think, Magnussen. So, yeah. Well, no, he will start in P12, won't he? It'll be Magnussen 12th and then Tsunoda 13th on the grid. With the Latifi 11th. And then Vettel in 10th, I'm pretty sure. Because, yeah, Vettel's 16th, and then there's how many drivers ahead of him that are going to be taking a penalty. Schumacher, Zhou, Ocon, Norris. Yeah. So, even though Vettel got knocked out in Q1, it's actually not that bad for him because he's going to start 10th, is Sebastian Vettel. So, if you're a Vettel fan, don't be too disappointed because it's not actually not too bad. Sebastian. Plus, we know how quick the Aston Martin is over a race distance. But anyway, let's get into this session. Obviously, got the timer on screen now. We've got quite a few drivers on the track. We've got the two Mercedes, a lot of the midfield cars as well. I don't think anybody has started a lap yet. The only cars in the pits at the minute are Leclerc and Ricciardo. As Leclerc, I think, is about to come out onto the track. And now, we're looking at Lewis Hamilton, who is now starting his first run in Q2. Again, the lap times in Q1 were not as quick for the top 5 teams as they were in practice 2. So, make sure to remember the lap times they do here in Q2 Mercedes, because I think the quickest times they've done so far this weekend were I think a low 145, or around a low 145. We'll see what they do here in Q2, where surely they'll turn the wick up a lot more. As also Verstappen, Sainz, Perez, and Schumacher have started their first flying laps of Q2. And Lewis Hamilton has done a quicker first sector than Russell, which is good. Max Verstappen, though, about to smash that. And he does. He does. Max, a purple first sector, which you'd expect Red Bull to do throughout qualifying. Hamilton now into the Fanny chicane. Car looks good. That's definitely a couple corners where the Mercedes handles well. But will the lap time be good enough? As we'll see in a moment how much quicker, or what his time is compared to Russell after the first 2 sectors. Hamilton's done a 117.0 so far for the two sectors combined. Russell has done a 116.8. So maybe Lewis is running that lower downforce rear wing, as Max Verstappen now does a purple middle sector as Lewis Hamilton completes his lap. And it's a 146.6, which I've got to say is not quick at all. That is just not a quick lap time at all. Let's see what Russell can do. He comes to the line out the final corner, and now he goes quickest by 3.5 tenths, pretty much, on a 146.2. Still, though, not that quick, as Max Verstappen goes quickest on a 144.7. Carlos Sainz now goes second, but Sainz is 7 tenths of a second slower than Verstappen. That is dramatic. Perez goes second, only 7 hundredths of a second slower than Verstappen. Proof that Red Bull are reigning supreme here at Spa. Here at Spa. As Lando Norris has gone fourth for McLaren. And I think Mick Schumacher has gone 7th with his lap as well. So only 7 times, I believe, on the board so far. Alex Albon is about to complete his first time at Q2. Gasly has gone up to gone ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Alonso has now improved and gone up to 6th place. And I think that's proof that Lewis Hamilton's lap time was really not a quick time. Stroll goes up to P10. Alex Albon now goes P10 in the Williams. Albon up to 10th. Zhou is up to 11th. With Stroll in 12th. And Schumacher is actually now all the way down in 13th. Yeah, because Esteban Ocon is impressively up in 4th place. Is Esteban. So Schumacher down to 13th. And the only 2 drivers yet to set a time is Leclerc and Ricciardo. Ricciardo's still in the pits, interestingly, as Leclerc grabbing a cheeky slipstream from Carlos Sainz, which will help his pace. As all slides the car beautifully through the middle of the bus stop chicane. What will that do for his lap time? He only goes 6th. 9 tenths of a second slower than Verstappen. That is quite a bit off where you'd expect him to be. Maybe this is why. Into Verstappen, and can't see anything. I think he maybe ran a tad wide on the entry. Yeah, he did. To the first Stavolo, but it didn't actually affect his lap time, I don't think. As there's Jackie Ickx in the Ferrari pits, who's a kind of a Ferrari legend. He was a Ferrari driver, Ferrari race winner, and is probably the best Belgian racing driver there's ever been. Is Jackie Ickx. He used to be a superb driver back in the day. Chaz, are you neutral? Have a favourite team or driver? I don't have a favourite team or driver at all. I mean, I don't mind seeing certain people do well. Say like your Sergio Perez's, or Russell's, Albon's, Alonso's. I don't mind seeing certain people do well, but I don't outright support anyone. All I care about is whether it's exciting or not. Couldn't give a fuck, really, who finishes 1st or 20th throughout the field. And, yeah, anyway. So, just under 7 minutes to go in Q2. And currently in the top 10, Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Carlos Sainz, Esteban Ocon, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, George Russell. Actually, it's Fernando Alonso ahead of George Russell. So, Alonso 7th, Russell 8th, and then Gasly 9th, Hamilton 10th. And then in the drop zone, at the moment. Alex Albon, Zhou Guan Yu, Lance Stroll, Mick Schumacher, and Daniel Ricciardo. Ricciardo hasn't even come out onto the track in Q2, so we'll see what he does with his lap. One thing I want to check, though, quickly. I just want to make sure what the lap times were in practice 2 yesterday. Because I don't want to be, obviously, wrong. But I'm pretty sure the lap times were a bit quicker than this. Oh, actually, no, I was wrong. Verstappen wasn't doing a 43.5 in practice 2 yesterday. He did a 45.5. So I am really sorry about that, guys. I obviously misremembered. Most of the time, I do remember correctly what the best lap times of certain cars were from, say, practice 2. And yeah, clearly, I was wrong when it came to that, and they were actually quicker in practice 3, the teams. Yeah, I'm an absolute fucking idiot. But yeah, in practice 3 that we had earlier, the Red Bulls were what, quickest on a 45.0. They're currently 2 or 3 tenths quicker than that. Ferrari did 45.8 with Sainz, and they are 2 or 3 tenths quicker than that. Mercedes' quickest time was a 46.0, which they haven't even beaten so far in this session, I don't think. So yeah, and Aston Martin, their quickest time of practice 3 was a 46.1, which, well, Stroll is quite a bit off. So yeah, the teams we're expecting more pace from, you'd probably have to say, are Mercedes and Aston Martin, I'd say. And yeah, at the moment, all 15 cars are in the pits, as we have just under 4 minutes to go until the end of Q2. Apparently, Valtteri Bottas is going to start P14 on the grid. Chris Medland has just tweeted that he's realised that Bottas actually has 30 places of grid penalties in total, 15 for power unit, 15 for gearbox. But as neither document says back of grid, it means a P20 qualifying position plus 30 places. And guess what that equals, guys? 14th on the grid. Reminds me of, I'm not sure if you're a new F1 fan, I'm not sure you'll remember, but there was that race, wasn't there, at Monza in 2017, where I think literally half the field had a grid penalty. And I think the 2 Red Bulls, no, it wasn't the 2 Red Bulls, I think it was the Saubers that day. I think they qualified like 14th and 15th, had a penalty, but because it was less of a penalty than others, they actually started 3 positions higher than their actual qualifying position. So, yeah. Anyway, let's get into the final bit of Q2 here, because we've got pretty much all the cars on track now, except for Alex Albon. But Alex Albon is now coming out of the garage and now exits the pits. The 2 Red Bulls are staying in the pits. No surprise there. Max Verstappen is, half a second quicker than Carlos Sainz. So, or not half a second, 7 tenths of a second quicker than Carlos Sainz. So, that's good for Red Bull, because what that means, especially with these cooler temperatures where softer tyres will be important tomorrow, if it is as cool as it is today, they'll be able to save a set of soft tyres for the race. Or at least not put as much wear into certain sets of soft compound tyres, which will help them. So that's good for Red Bull, and that's that's the type of advantage you get when you've got such a fast car that you can save tyres and just do a single run, really, in Q2. Alpine is telling Ocon on the radio, okay, Norris is on scrub tyres. Looks like he's towing Daniel. Obviously, Norris, if you don't know, has a penalty as well, and he will be starting towards the back of the grid. So that's the goal, is to try and get Ricciardo into Q3. Ricciardo hasn't even done a lap time so far in Q2, as Esteban Ocon, who also has a back of the grid penalty, well, I was going to say starts his lap, but now is going to provide a tow for Fernando Alonso through Eau Rouge, Radior, and the Kemmel Straight as well. Alonso currently in P7, so this will help Fernando get through. And Fernando continues on with his lap and has done, thankfully for him, a personal best first sector. Fernando, once again, like we've seen in 2022, having a very good weekend. But who, guys, is going to get knocked out Q2? Let's find out. Currently in the drop zone, Albon, Zhou, Stroll, Schumacher, Ricciardo. 3 of them don't have a grid penalty for tomorrow, so there is still some importance here. As Alonso comes into the Fanny chicane towards the end of the middle sector. Bit of understeer in the first part, but looks okay enough. Don't know why we're showing the Red Bull pits. Nobody cares. FOM. He's not done an improved middle sector, but he might still improve his lap time. As Pierre Gasly, currently in 9th, is on a personal best lap. Zhou Guanyu is on a very good lap at the moment. He's 0.6 of a second quicker than Albon, who's only a couple tenths away from getting into Q3. So far on his lap is Zhou, and he's done Zhou 2 sectors so far. Here comes Alonso. Alonso goes P5. So Alonso is safely through, most likely. Pierre Gasly goes up to 8th. Zhou goes 9th for Alfa Romeo. That pushes Lewis Hamilton into the drop zone. Lance Stroll only 11th, so Stroll is out of qualifying in Q2. Lewis Hamilton now pushed down to P12. Charles Leclerc goes quickest for Ferrari. Leclerc quickest. As Daniel Ricciardo, the tow has helped as he's up now to P8. And here comes Lewis Hamilton, who goes P5. And Russell goes P6. So both Mercedes are through for the next part of qualifying. And Ricciardo, in the end, I think, yeah, he has. Alex Albon, guys, has improved. And Alex Albon, what a job he's done, is in to Q3. He has done a 1:45.6 and he's knocked Ricciardo out of qualifying. Ricciardo out in Q2. And that means that because of the penalties for Norris, Ocon, Verstappen, Leclerc, Alex Albon in the Williams tomorrow will start at worst 7th. What a result that is. And Latifi in the Williams will start 11th. What a result that is for the Williams team so far. And guys, knocked out in Q2, Daniel Ricciardo, Pierre Gasly, Zhou Guanyu, Lance Stroll, and Mick Schumacher. But now I will get stuff ready for the final part of qualifying. Let me just quickly do that. And obviously Q3, 12 minutes long. I'll probably sync the timer up at the 11-minute mark. And just a reminder that the drivers into Q3, Leclerc, Verstappen, Perez, Sainz, Hamilton, Russell, Ocon, Alonso, Norris, and Albon. Even with the tow, Ricciardo still couldn't outqualify Lando Norris, which pretty much, you have to say, sums up his time at McLaren. So, yeah, great job there for Albon. And, yeah, at worst, he'll start P7 I mean, for Ricciardo, it's not that bad. His result, because he'll start the race tomorrow in 8th place. It'll be though I said it'll be what was it, Magnussen? Let me just think about it. Actually, hold on. So it'll be Bottas 14th, Tsunoda 13th, Magnussen 12th, Latifi 11th, Vettel 10th, Stroll 9th. So still good for Aston Martin because they got both cars in the top 10 for tomorrow's grid. And then hold on, I'm trying to think. There's so many people who've got penalties. I've just forgotten now who's got a penalty. Hold on a minute. I just need to check. Has Pierre Gasly got a penalty? No. Hold on a minute. It'll be Bottas 14th, Tsunoda 13th, Magnussen 12th, Latifi 11th, Vettel 10th, Stroll 9th, Gasly 8th, Ricciardo 7th. Albon will actually be 6th. So sorry about that. I was actually wrong. At worst, tomorrow, Alex Albon will be 6th on the grid. At worst. What a result that is. By the way, Q3 will begin in 2 minutes' time. Get ready, guys, for the shootout. So Albon will be 6th on the grid at worst, and then it'll probably be Alonso 5th, and then probably Perez on pole, Sainz 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Russell 4th. So we pretty much already know what the grid's going to be, but you never know in Formula 1, it could change around. Alex Albon on the 3rd row of the grid in a Williams. That is ridiculous. Anyway, Q3 is underway in a minute and a half or so. Let me know, guys, in chat, who do you think will finish first in qualifying and, well, technically get pole position? And also let me know, who do you think will start on pole position? A reminder, Verstappen and Leclerc have a grid penalty and will start in, I think, 15th and 16th, the two drivers respectively. As to who starts ahead, it will depend on how it ends up in Q3. So let me know, out of Perez, Sainz, Hamilton and Russell, who do you think out of those four is starting tomorrow's race on pole position? Let me know right now in the live chat. A reminder, guys, I will be live for 30 minutes after the session finishes to react with you guys to what's happened in qualifying. So, yeah, make sure to stick around for half an hour for the session. Alex Albon, a couple of people are saying. Triban says Perez for pole. I think Perez has proven they didn't make a mistake. If you're talking in regards to him being at Red Bull, then yeah. Been a very good driver for Red Bull. I've just seen on Twitter again, due to penalties, Alex Albon will be starting a minimum of 6th. Just ridiculous. I think I might have to sync the timer over at the 12-minute mark because they're doing the countdown on screen now. So, Q3, guys, begins in 10 seconds. And begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. 12 minutes to go in Q3. And the first car on track is Alex Albon, who is replicating pretty much George Russell, his good friend, who used to race for Williams last year, from last year at this track. And this definitely will turn some heads in the paddock. Obviously, he's already signed up for Williams next season, but even without the penalties, to get into Q3 in a Williams, that shows some special talent, really. So, yeah, that'll turn some heads in the paddock. That will. His the effort or the job he has done so far. Let's see who ends up with qualifying. Who ends up on pole here in qualifying. As Alex Albon we're watching at the moment. I think he's the only man on track at the minute. Might be some others on track, but I can't see at the minute, to be honest. Because they're not showing whether anyone else has come out yet on the track map or the on the the running order that shows whether someone's on an outlap or not. As now, I think we're about to look at another car, and it is a Red Bull of Sergio Perez, the man that Red Bull need to try and get ahead of everyone else except for Leclerc and Verstappen. That's the aim for Red Bull here. And, well, what will Verstappen do? Will he do what Norris did for McLaren? Will he do a very quick lap to start in the first run and then give Perez the tow? Or will he do it now to get it out of the way? If Red Bull want to do it properly, they probably should allow Verstappen to do a quick run to begin with, the quickest he can do, and then get Perez to do, or get Verstappen to give Perez a tow down the, or through Eau Rouge, Radion, and the Camel Straight as well. As Charles Leclerc still in the pits. Now he comes out. As Alex Albon, by the way, has started his first flying lap. And Sergio Perez now begins his. And that Red Bull front end, very nice into turn one. Almost too good of a front end into turn one from Sergio Perez. As Verstappen and Sainz as well have begun their first flying laps. And so has Fernando Alonso as well. As this Red Bull is surely the car to beat in Q3 and for the race as well. Even with Verstappen starting probably at best in 15th place. As Sergio Perez looking good so far. He's not done as quick of a first sector compared to Verstappen, but as long as he's ahead of Carlos Sainz for this lap, and of course his final lap, then that'll be good enough. And yeah, Perez looking good on this lap so far. Red Bull car looks as though it's got a lot of grip through the medium and high-speed corners. As the Red Bull car there, touch of the ground. And now it's the Fania chicane. And a lot more front end on that Red Bull than there was earlier, from what I saw with Perez. And his middle sector is actually a purple middle sector there for Sergio Perez, as Alex Albon goes quickest on a 1:46.3, which is, well, he's got through to Q3, so anything he does is not too bad, really, let's be honest. And note Verstappen actually has took the purple middle sector. As Sergio Perez comes to the line and does a 1:44.4. Verstappen comes to the line and does a 1:43.6. Get out of here. That is disgusting. That is pure filth, what he just did there. Verstappen, a 43.6. 6 tenths quicker than Sainz, who's now second. And 8 tenths quicker than Perez. Wow. So Perez third. Esteban Ocon has gone fourth for Alpine. Norris is up to fifth. Russell only sixth for Mercedes. Their woes continue. Alex Albon seventh. Hamilton has only gone eighth. He's a tenth and a half slower than Albon in a much faster car, as Leclerc is on a fast lap now. Fernando Alonso is in the pits. Presumably, Alonso is only going to do one run, as Leclerc is on a fast lap now. Presumably, Leclerc will provide Carlos Sainz with a tow the final run, and presumably Verstappen will do the same for Perez as well. But guys, Max Verstappen, wow. I mean, thank God for the rest of the field. He is starting in 15th place probably for the race tomorrow. Because if he was starting on pole, he'd win the race by about 30, 40 seconds with that type of pace. That is incredible speed from Max. Charles Leclerc, he knows quite a bit about having great speed around this track, though. He did qualify on pole position here in 2019 and was 0.7 of a second quicker than the man in second, his own teammate, Sebastian Vettel. So Leclerc also could be very quick around here, but not sure he can match Verstappen. And now after 2 sectors, he's 0.7 of a second down. There's absolutely no way he can be as quick as Verstappen, who is way out in front. As here comes Charles Leclerc to the bus stop chicane. And Leclerc will probably go 4th, I think, with this lap. As he exits the final corner. And yeah, 4th, 0.888 of a second behind Max Verstappen. So, let me just update that. Leclerc up to P4. So, with obviously Verstappen, Leclerc, Ocon, and Norris's penalties, the starting grid for the top 10 at the minute for tomorrow's race would be Sainz on pole, Perez second, Russell third, Albon fourth, if it finishes the way it is at the moment. Yes, Albon fourth, Hamilton fifth, and then it would be Alonso sixth, Ricciardo seventh, Gasly eighth, and then Stroll 9th, Vettel 10th. That is the top 10 at the minute if it was to finish this way. What a top 10 that would be if we got that. As all the cars are back into the pits, as Leclerc on team radio said, wait, what are these tyres? An engineer has said, sorry, it's a mistake. So, don't know what happened there. Ferrari apparently have just given Leclerc for that lap the wrong tyres. Why am I even disappointed? Yeah. It's Ferrari. Of course they would fuck him up or fuck him over somehow, even though he's got a penalty for tomorrow. Oh dear. But Leclerc, who classic Ferrari are trolling. Yeah. Apparently his tyres are fresh though, so I have no idea, but it appears Ferrari have given him the tyres that they didn't agree that were going to go out on. Yeah, I have no idea. I'll have to look into that more so when when the session finishes. You guys can correct me up. Literally, as soon as I mention that, you guys are like going mental and laughing. To be honest, I'm not really surprised. Brabham says, oh my god, Ferrari master plan. Fuck you, Ferrari. It's a mistake. Clownhorn sound plays. Life goes on. Oh dear. Like I said, Leclerc is always going to be screwed over by Ferrari. And to be honest, I would not be surprised tomorrow if his engine blew up, his new engine blew up after like 5 laps. I would not be surprised at all. It would be a perfect comedic timing, put it that way. You know, reintroducing Ferrari to the hell known as racing. Which I'm sure Ferrari fans just want the season to end, to be honest. But all the cars, by the way, are out on track, except for Verstappen, Leclerc, and Norris, who are in the pit still. Maybe those three are going to come out just for an outlap, just to provide a tow. Well, Esteban Ocon, he is on the track. And he is obviously taking a penalty, and he'll be starting towards the back of the field. I'm presuming he'll provide a tow to Fernando Alonso, as we've got a bit of a traffic jam here towards the end of the outlap. As there's 35 seconds to go, and no, it appears that Verstappen, Leclerc, and Norris are staying in the pits. So no help being given to... Oh no, Leclerc is on an outlap. So Leclerc he's going to come out and just give Carlos that tow straight away. Here we go. The Carlos Sainz begins his final attempt at pole position. Not just to finish first in this session, but also to start the race on pole tomorrow. And here he goes. And Leclerc brilliantly providing the tow. And I've got to say, I think Red Bull have got it wrong there. I think they should have provided the tow there for Perez, because I think Verstappen easily safe from Sainz, even though Sainz would have had the tow there. So, yeah. And Sainz actually did not do a personal best first sector, so hasn't even helped him, to be honest. So, yeah. Anyway, Carlos Sainz on his lap. Let's see how he does. Alex Albon, guys, has finished up in 6th place. He's just finished his final lap and gone 6th as the checkered flag now flies. That would see Albon start the race from 3rd, if that was the case. As Sainz dips a wheel into the gravel, that might cost him starting on pole tomorrow, as he's not improved his middle sector either. And Fernando Alonso is on an improved lap. We are not seeing Sergio Perez's sector times, which are frustrating. As Carlos Sainz comes to the end of his final lap in qualifying, can he secure starting on pole for the 2nd time in his F1 career? But tomorrow comes to the line. Does he go any quicker than he has done previously? No. Here comes Fernando Alonso, though, currently P10. Now goes P6, and that would be 3rd for tomorrow on the grid. Lewis Hamilton, only 7th. Wait, not Ricciardo. Sorry, Hamilton in 7th place. I don't know why I've put that. As Sergio Perez has finished his lap and finished in 3rd. Russell has finished in 8th place, with Albon 9th and Norris in 10th. So, yeah, a shame that Q3 was not quite what we are used to, because of the main rivals for what do you call it? The main rivals for pole position normally have grid penalties. But that is, guys, qualifying over and done with. So, this is how it finished. Max Verstappen ended up quickest. Carlos Sainz qualified or finished up in 2nd. Perez 3rd. Leclerc 4th. Ocon 5th. Alonso 6th. Hamilton 7th. Russell 8th. Albon 9th. And Norris in 10th. And then it's Ricciardo 11th. And then Gasly, Zhou, Stroll, Schumacher, Vettel, Latifi, Magnussen, Tsunoda, and Bottas. But let me now get into what the starting grid will be for tomorrow's race. So it'll be Carlos Sainz on pole, Sergio Perez 2nd, Fernando Alonso 3rd, and given the lack of pace from Mercedes, Alonso's not got a bad chance of a decent result tomorrow. So Alonso will start 3rd, Hamilton 4th, Russell 5th, Albon 6th, Ricciardo 7th, Gasly 8th, Stroll 9th, Vettel 10th, Latifi 11th, Magnussen 12th, Tsunoda 13th, Bottas 14th, and then it'll be Verstappen 15th, Leclerc 16th, Ocon 17th, Norris 18th, Joe 19th. Oh, I've missed out a driver, haven't I? Schumacher has a penalty as well. Well, we'll figure out the rest of the grid, but the top 14 that I mentioned, that will be, I'm pretty sure, the correct order for the race tomorrow. So, guys, for the next half an hour, let me know in the chat, what do you think of qualifying and how it, all went down? Let me know right now in the live chat for the next 30 minutes or so, and I will react with you guys to what happened in the session. I'm going to quickly, though, just rename the stream and then post the link out in a couple places. So just bear with me, guys, for a minute or so. But if Verstappen is starting 15th, which I believe he is, then honestly, I think Max has a pretty good chance at winning the race still because of that pace difference. He was, what, 6.5 tenths of a second quicker than Carlos Sainz, the next quickest car. So, yeah. Incredible. Yeah, to confirm, the top 6 starting grid after applying the penalties will be Sainz, Perez, Alonso, Hamilton, Russell, Albon. Your top 6. What a top 6 that is. Right, just give me a sec. Tweet this link out. Come join us here for reaction to qualifying at the Belgian GP as well, guys. In the chat, let me know. Yeah, what do you think of qualifying? What do you think of the top teams, midfield teams, so on and so forth? And let me know who did you think your let me know who your driver of the day is for qualifying. Post that in the chat. For me, it's Alex Albon. It cannot be anyone else for me. But if you have someone different, then let me know in the chat. Right. Hold on a sec. And that is now tweeted out. And, right. Let's now get on to your comments in the chat. So let me know, guys, what did you think of qualifying and who was your driver of the day in qualifying? And I'm probably going to stay on for the next 25 minutes because I actually have to go somewhere after my stream today. And, jump in the shower, get ready and go somewhere. So, yeah, I'm probably going to come off the stream in about 20 to 25 minutes, I'd imagine. So, yeah, the next 20, 25 minutes, let me know, guys, what you thought of qualifying. And again, your driver of the day. And also, give me your thoughts as to what do you think will happen in the race tomorrow? Because, yeah, what a grid we have. Very, very mixed up. But I'm just going to quickly look to see if there's any news on Twitter that I need to bring you guys. And can't see anything really other than what we've just covered. And no. So, yeah, let's get into your comments in the chat. You say what's happening 10 seconds later. Well, yeah, because that's because of the stream delay. It's impossible to stream to you guys in real time. It's literally impossible. Curl, I think it is, says I would like a bit more competition, saying as a Max fan, a bit more. McLaren from Race says, what a crock of shit for Mercedes, told you, lol. Yeah, very, very poor day. And I think we can put to bed now the whole, oh, the technical directive's going to put Mercedes back on track. No. Their car is fundamentally bad. That's the reason why this season they haven't won a race. Because it's fundamentally not good enough. Has nothing to do with flexi floors and all that rubbish. I mean, yeah, maybe it was giving them, say Ferrari and Red Bull were doing it a 2 to 3 tenths of a second advantage. You need more than that, Mercedes. Then it's not like they're only a tenth or two away. So, yeah. Bravamos says Alonso surely must be having doubts about his Aston move. I mean, if I was Alonso, I would have stayed at Alpine because I think Alpine will be better than Aston Martin for the next 2-3 years. But I can understand why he, decided to go to Aston Martin, because I think Aston Martin have a higher potential to get to being a top team. By the way, they're just showing a replay of when Hamilton was told on the team radio that he was P7, and then they told him the gap to Verstappen. The gap to Verstappen was between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen 1.8 seconds. I've got to say, Mercedes better thank their lucky stars that there are so many penalties this weekend, because in qualifying, Alpine and probably Norris would have been quicker than them, because Norris didn't do a final run, did he? So, yeah, Mercedes, absolutely terrible. Who knows? Maybe Mercedes are running a flexi floor. Maybe that's why they're even worse now than they were before. Who knows, to be honest. We don't actually know for sure who had a flexi floor or not. Someone definitely did, because there's no way that would have come about without the FIA seeing it on a couple different teams. Paul James Squibb says, I think Alonso's going to cause loads of problems for Max and Leclerc racing to the front from the back. I don't think he will. If Max and Leclerc have DRS and they're going to overtake, I don't think Alonso's going to defend position. He might do if it's at the end of the race, but I don't think he will bother, because he knows that the Red Bull and Ferrari is much quicker than the Alpine around this track, and it is. You can see it in qualifying. The Ferrari was like, 3/4 of a second quicker than the Alpine in quali, and then the Red Bull was like, a second and a half. So, yeah. Ferrari clowns. Astro Stewart says penalties make it so confusing and usually aren't drivers' fault, so not fair. Time to revisit the rules. Yeah. There's got to be ways of making it more simple, because it is a bit confusing this weekend. But I will make sure to find out the starting grid for tomorrow, so you guys, so I can inform you guys as to what the official starting grid is for the race. To be honest, even the stewards have been confused as to what the starting grid is. So, yeah. The way my heart dropped when you said Norris in 18th, but I guess the price you got to pay for having Albon in 6th is, man. I mean, Norris will be fine. He'll probably still grab a point from the race, because he's not looking too bad, to be honest, with his pace. So, yeah, he'll be fine. It's a shame, but needs to get out of the way, obviously, this penalty. And yeah, McLaren once again with Norris looking pretty quick in qualifying. I know, obviously, they ended up in P10, but he didn't do a final run. If he did a final run, there's a good chance he may have got past Ocon. But I think Alpine were overall just quicker than McLaren. I think we could see that. It wasn't a massive gap between the two teams, but as I thought it would be coming into the session, Alpine were quicker. Albon for driver of the day. Albon says tri-ban. Let me scroll up a minute. Diane Ball says, can someone tell me where Hamilton is? Hamilton qualifies 7th. That means with the penalties, he'll start 4th for the race behind Fernando Alonso. Walker says Diane. Lewis stayed home. Let's see if I find any other comments. Paul James Scribb says Sainz and Perez might have a good race at the front, while Alonso might slow down Max and Leclerc some point towards the end of the race. Perez for the win. My prediction is Perez to win. I think this is crazy to say, but I do think Max Verstappen can win the race tomorrow. I think he's got like a 30% chance of winning the race tomorrow. Even though he'll start 15th, I think he's got still a decent chance of winning. But I think Perez will likely pass Carlos Sainz within the first 10 laps, and then he'll pull away from Sainz. I think Red Bull will have a faster car tomorrow. Plus, if Sainz is ahead of Perez on the exit turn 1, and Perez doesn't have to defend from anyone behind him going into turn 1, Perez will have such a beautiful slipstream through Eau Rouge, Radion, and then onto the Kemmel Straight. And Perez very likely then to pass Sainz into Les Combes, which is turn 5 at the end of that long DRS straight. So Perez, I think, for me, is the favourite, but I think Verstappen has a good chance of winning still. I mean, obviously Max won from P10 in Hungary, but he was gifted to a certain extent with, Ferrari being Ferrari. I think if Ferrari had not put the hard tyres on in Hungary, I think Leclerc would have won the race in Hungary, but yeah. Right, let me just read out some more comments in chat. Merck tried and shot themselves in the foot. There's Jim Plus X99. Driver of the day, Perez. Not sure about that, but he did an okay job. Disappointing he couldn't get ahead of Carlos Sainz, really. He was, a 10th and a half slower than Sainz, which, yeah, disappointing, to be honest. Shane Gibson. Shane Edson, I think it is. Says, I'm ready to watch the Red Bull and Ferrari make their way through the field. Should be a great race. Norris or Alonso have a real chance this week. Let's see if I can find any other comments. I thought Alpine was fast on the straight line speed. Yeah, they are. That's why they finished 5th and 6th, but they just don't have the grip. Obviously, of the front teams. If they had the amount of grip McLaren have, then Alpine would be easily the best midfield team, and probably would have had a couple podiums this season, to be honest. But yeah. Nibs just sent me something on Twitter. Someone doing a tweet. Mercedes went from pole position to 1.8 seconds off. Who was really cheating? Exactly. Thank God we don't have to hear about flexi floors anymore, and about how, Mercedes are the only real F1 champions this season because Ferrari and Red Bull are cheating. Again, we have no evidence as to who the teams are that are, or that were doing this flexi floor business. It's just been rumoured, really. I don't think there's actually been any evidence to suggest that Ferrari and Red Bull were doing it. And yeah, maybe Mercedes were. Right. Let me find some other comments here. Aiden says, that must be infuriating when the driver's going for the big lap and someone sticks a yellow flag up. Yeah, for Verstappen earlier, that was a bit of a thing there. Astro Stever says, thoughts on Albon's chances tomorrow? Points. The thing is, I think the Williams car isn't actually that slow. So he's got a decent chance. I still think, I don't think he will finish in the points, but I think he's got a decent chance, like a 20-30% chance of nicking a couple points. Let's look at some other comments here. Hope Sainz and Perez end the race first and second, my two favourite drivers. Wouldn't be too bad, to be honest. Max will make up 5 positions lap 1. It is possible. That is possible. With the Red Bull straight line speed, if Max can gain a couple positions at the first corner, he could then take a couple more cars probably on the Camel Straight, and then maybe another car towards the end of the lap. So yeah, he could do that. Bishal Singh thinks it'll be Perez, Hamilton, Verstappen for the top 3 tomorrow. Mark my words, he says. We'll see. I would probably go Perez to win. Jesus Christ. I'm at the minute, I am also keeping across the football. Thankfully, my team, Chelsea, are currently winning. But Liverpool are 9-0 up on Bournemouth. Jesus Christ. 9-0 Liverpool. So I'm sure Nib will be very happy with that. Rook says we must consider how easily they put on the red flag early in FP3. Bit of a concern, but could help Verstappen and Leclerc. I think that was more of a mistake. I don't think they would put a red flag out in the race if Leclerc spun into the gravel and then came back onto track. And that would be a horrifically bad decision, and they would get absolutely slammed for that. Bishal says Ferrari will fuck up strategy for Sainz somehow. Yeah, most likely. Most likely, especially if he's in a close race with Perez. Bravamore says the fact they didn't even give Perez a toe show, second Red Bull driver is just here to support Max at all costs and nothing else. Yeah, that is true, but, and it is a shame for Perez at times, but, what was I going to say? That's the contract Sergio signed. Sergio knew when he signed a contract with Red Bull that's what his job was. So it's not like Sergio was forced into this or lied to. He knew exactly what he was getting into. Do we know the starting order? There's Jack Cadell. I can read out the top. I'm just trying to think. I think I can do the top 14 again for you if you want, and read it out. So it will be Carlos Sainz on pole, Perez second, Alonso third, Hamilton fourth, Russell fifth, Albon 6th, and then Ricciardo 7th, Gasly 8th, Stroll 9th, Vettel 10th, and then Latifi, Magnussen, Tsunoda 11th, 12th, 13th, and then Bottas 14th, Verstappen 15th, Leclerc 16th, Ocon 17th, Norris 18th, and then I think Zhou 19th, Schumacher 20th. I think that's the starting grid. I'm 90% sure that's the starting grid. Charles Leclerc has described apparently the pace shown by Max Verstappen as, quote, a bit worrying. You could say that again. Yeah. Red Bull. If Red Bull don't win tomorrow, they'll be so disappointed. Honestly. Dingo says Baby Mercs were using flexi floors towards the end before the summer break. That's why they got pole. Maybe. Dingo also says Perez don't care about the winning. He is in the best. Just needs to support Max and survive. That's all. Yeah, Perez. Again, like I said, he knows what his job is. He knows what he signed up for. He is the Rubens Barrichello of that team, or the David Coulthard of that team or the Valtteri Bottas of that team. That's what he is. And he has no problem with it. And to be honest, if I was Perez and I was lacking the pace that Perez does to Verstappen, I'd be fine with that because at least he gets to drive a front-running car and gets a chance here or there to win a race. Because, you know, if he wanted to be a number one driver at all costs, then he wouldn't be in a top team. Because no disrespect to Perez, I really like Perez, but he's not good enough to be the number one driver at a top Formula One team. So, yeah. You know, the role he does is absolutely perfect, really. Bashal says, just want to put it there. Great work by you, Chazza. Enjoying this watch-along. No problem. And thank you very much. And thank you to everybody who's enjoyed it today. Still a bit to go, though. I'm probably going to keep going for another 10 minutes or so. So keep your comments coming in the chat. As just trying to see if there's anything else I can report to you guys in terms of news and that. I've just seen as well. The top three for tomorrow are all Spanish speaking. Obviously, Sainz, Perez, and Alonso. Don't think that's ever happened before. Where the top three have been all from countries that, you know, the main language is Spanish. Let's see if I can find anything else. Yep, Leclerc described the pace. Showing Verstappen is a bit worrying, like I said. A couple of people saying that they think Max Verstappen will win tomorrow. I think there's a good chance. I do think there's a good chance, but again, I think it'll be Perez winning. Because again, even though Max won from P10 at Hungary, which was an incredible effort, considering how hard it is to overtake at the Hungaroring, let's be honest, he was helped by Leclerc's or Ferrari making their strategy mistake. Obviously, if Perez is leading the race, once Verstappen gets up to like second or third, he won't be relying on, or need to rely on that, because obviously it's his own team, and Red Bull don't really make strategy mistakes. If they do, it's, you know, once in a blue moon, really. Also, Leclerc has said that they concentrated on the race pace and didn't prepare for qualifying like they normally do, so there was a bit more, or there was more potential in terms of quality. Overall, he is satisfied, but he also said the gap to Max is worrying, and that Red Bull found something this weekend. Not sure they've found something. I think they were just... I think the reason Max was so much quicker today is two things, or three things. One, the Red Bull car in a straight line is the quickest car in Formula 1. Here at Spa, that helps a lot. The Ferrari car is set up or designed in a way to be more draggy. Their power unit actually performs better than the Honda that's basically in the back of the Red Bull. But the Ferrari has a lot more drag than the Red Bull, which is why, you know, gives Red Bull a bit more of an advantage over Ferrari in straight line speed. Plus, Max Verstappen is probably at the moment the best driver in Formula 1. That's why he was 6.5 tenths quicker than Sainz. All those three reasons, pretty much. So, I don't think Red Bull have found anything over the summer break. I think it was just those three things coming together. Down O says, I think we might see a 2021 Brazilian Grand Prix Hamilton rocket engine kind of vibe with Max. That would be, yeah, that'd be great if we could do that. Honestly. Triba says, could we have the Spanish-speaking podium? Probably not, but it would be... it'd have to be an exciting Grand Prix for that to happen, because I don't expect Fernando Alonso to finish ahead of the two Mercedes. I think Mercedes will probably beat Alonso, because I think the Mercedes will be a lot better in race trim, like they normally are. Astro Stevo, what is Ricciardo's chances for tomorrow? I mean, he's starting P7. He'll probably beat Norris, as long as he doesn't have any, like, coming together contact with anyone or has to make an extra pit stop for whatever reason, tire problem or whatever. I think he's got a chance of an 8th or a 9th in the race. Because Ocon and Norris are starting far back. So Ricciardo could grab a few points, but we'll have to see. Maybe Latifi wants to bow out quick and save the softs for the race. And good night, by the way, to Brabham Oz, who's heading off. Cheers for coming around, mate. And Bishal says, can't wait for Alonso Hamilton tomorrow. Hope the two give us the battle of the race. It would be great to get them to, having a proper battle. Astro Stewart says, Coulthard was better than a number 2 wingman to me. Eddie Irvine, possibly. Yeah, you could throw Eddie Irvine into that. Also, Felipe Massa was a number 2 to Michael Schumacher in 2006. And that year he did pretty well as a number 2. Yeah. Perez, I think there's a couple races before the summer break you could have probably rightfully criticised Perez for not being good enough. Despite being clearly the number 2 at Red Bull. But to be honest, when I, back in Monaco, which was, a long time ago, 3 months ago now, the Monaco Grand Prix, when we were saying, Perez, could be a title contender, it was hope, wasn't it? It was really just hope. It wasn't, I don't think we actually thought that Sergio Perez was a title contender. So, yeah. I don't think he's had any worse of a season than you would ideally ask of him, to be honest. Right, let me look at some more comments. I'll probably read out 3 or 4 more, and then we'll get to the end of this stream. Red Bull always much stronger in the second half of the season, says Long Lexis. Yeah, they've always been very strong in the second half of the season. Last year they won as much compared to their title rivals Mercedes, but yeah, not surprised that they're so good at this part of the season, and I'm not surprised at all that they're so quick here. And I've got to be honest, this triple header, this could be a really bad triple header for Ferrari, because even though they're going to start the race on pole tomorrow, I think Red Bull are still likely to win the race tomorrow. I think Verstappen will win at Zandvoort because he'll pull out something extra, I think, that weekend to win the race, even though Ferrari, their car should be better suited to that track than the Red Bull. I think Verstappen will be just too good to beat that weekend. And then Monza, even though it's Ferrari's home race, I have no idea how Ferrari win that race, because, Verstappen won't be taking a penalty for a new ERS. Perez will, but yeah, I have no idea how Ferrari win that race, because Red Bull are going to be so quick on those straights at Monza. Even with Ferrari running a slimmer rear wing, it's going to be very hard to win there. So, yeah, this triple header is going to be a tough time for the Ferrari team. Laurent McKees, who is the, I think, sporting director of Ferrari, has just said that the tyres for Charles in Q3 was correct and the team decided last minute to go for the fresh set. Well, that's why Leclerc said the tyres are not right, because they obviously changed their mind, probably without telling him, which isn't good. And I think the final, actually, the final 2 comments, final 3 comments I'll get into here. Tri-Band, in your opinion, Chazza, which driver is better, Perez or Barrichello? I'd say Barrichello, because I think he had more, I think his raw talent was better than Sergio Perez. And his skill in the wet especially, I think, was a bit better than Perez. Even though Perez, in the wet, very good driver. Paul James Squibbs, I don't think we thought Checo was a title contender. We were just pointing out the team order so early were a bit dodgy. Then went over the top, hearing Checo on in the following couple races. Yeah, I mean, obviously we want it to be, we want as many people in the title fight as possible and as many people to fight for the race win as possible. But yeah, the way it's played out with the whole team orders and Verstappen being the number one and all of that, not really a surprise. And the final comment I'll answer is from Astro Stevo, who asks, who is the best number 2 in F1 past and present? Present, I would say Sergio Perez. And in the past, I would say trying to think. It's really between Barrichello. I would put Coulthard in there. Riccardo Patrese as well. Who else could you put in that? Probably those are the main present ones. Gerhard Berger as well. Can't forget him. I'll go for Barrichello because he was very good at Ferrari and did the job necessary. Yes, a couple times he went a bit over the top, didn't it, with Ferrari, ordering him to move out the way, especially on the final corner to give Michael the win in Austria that time, which was 20 years ago, that was, by the way. Yeah, despite that, I think Barrichello probably the best from the past number 2 driver we have ever had. But guys, that is it for today's stream. I have been live for 5 hours and 15 minutes. What a day I have had. Yeah, thanks for coming along today. Great to have you along as always. As you can hear, my throat is absolutely finished. Don't worry, it'll be fine for tomorrow. But just want to let you guys know, especially if you are new to the channel, what the plan is for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will go live at 12 p.m. UK time for the race day coverage. At 12 p.m, we'll be doing the race preview until 1:30 p.m. So from 1:30 p.m. till 4 p.m. UK time will be the race watch-along part of the day. The race starts officially at 2 p.m. UK time. And then for an hour after the race finishes, we will be doing the race reaction. My co-commentator, normally Niblo, might be on tomorrow. I will ask him and see what happens with that. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe for that content coming up. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. For everyone watching still, if you have not smashed the like button yet, make sure to do so. And also share this video and channel everywhere you can. And don't forget as well to join my Discord server, link below in the description. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 to keep up with the content on the channel. And as well, make sure to go check out my recorded videos I did during the summer break. Such as the Lando Norris video I showed earlier. Make sure to go check that out on the channel as well. But guys, that is it for qualifying day today. I'll see you guys tomorrow for race day. And until tomorrow, guys, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.